30 seconds. The show will start in 15 seconds, and this is your last audible warning.
Previously on the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
Apologize to America right now for my actions of not going to government and helping this country.
So you're apologizing for not being a state
That's right.
senator?
I'm apologizing to all Americans because it's kind of my fault. If I would have joined government, we would be in a different lifestyle. Then people standing in the background will get a seat, and the people that wasn't in the seat wouldn't be there no more.
Man, you would have made, if you came before Trump, you would make him look like Bob Dole.
You're listening to the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
Broadcast rights for the Bubba the Love Sponge Show have been granted to this station by the Bubba Radio Network and is intended solely for the enjoyment of our listening audience. Any rebroadcast, retransmission, or other use of this production without the express written consent of the Bubba Radio Network is prohibited.
Man, I feel like the Packers flat and stupid.
They gave it their all.
Then we're in trouble.
Good.
Although I will tell you, man, Cleveland's got a good defense. And they got a pretty good defense.
They sure do.
And then that in conjunction with the Packers having, 3 offensive linemen go to either I think they have 3 that weren't available or 3 that went down, or I don't know. It was ridiculous. I think Cleveland had 5 sacks, and Green Bay only had 2. And I single-handedly, and I'm not trying to, make any excuses or anything, but I single-handedly watch Micah Parsons take about 5 plays off. Like, just take them off. Like, literally just looked like he was going about half speed.
Were they big play, like big downs?
I don't know. I don't know. It just really was disheartening to watch the Packers get beat by the Cleveland Browns, who I think are the ass buckets of the league.
Yes,
And
Joe Flacco.
They had Green Bay, like, oh my God, after they beat Detroit, and then they went and beat who's the second team they beat? They opened up with a win against Detroit, and then they beat who the hell? That was their second team they beat. Here, I got it right here. I look at last week's. Green Bay versus
the Jets.
It was a Thursday night game. The Washington.
The
Commanders.
Yeah, 27-18.
Yeah. So.
Oh wow, they had a week and a half to get ready for the Browns.
Yeah. now they travel to Dallas, but if Chicago just take Chicago's game plan and replicate that, have the Cowboys won one?
Yes.
Yeah, they won last week, I believe.
They got their absolute asses kicked by the Bears yesterday. Oh my God. Caleb Williams looked like Joe Montana. Phew. And which is evident by Seth Kushner wearing his Caleb Williams jersey today. Congratulations, Seth, on your team.
Thank you. Caleb and Baker Mayfield lead the league in touchdowns.
Wow.
Baker Mayfield, man. Don't worry that we got our punt blocked. I mean, our field goal blocked and taken back 30, what was that, about 60 yards?
Yeah, about that.
Man, the guy jumped over the line, didn't touch anybody, which makes it legal. Now, if you jump over the line and you like hit somebody's back or something like that, then it's a legal play. But you can, if you jump over the line with not touching anybody, then he blocked the kick, then he grabbed the kick and ran it off. I mean, that was it. Number 9? Is that who it was?
Yeah, number 9.
Man, that guy was a stud.
And then picked it up and ran it in.
Jumped the
And
line,
fast.
jumped the line, blocked the kick, scooped up the kick. And then had a cavalry. Like there was nobody that was going to get close to that guy. He had 5 guys that were all around him.
Yeah, and that game was pretty tough in the first half because we were down 4 offensive linemen.
Only 3 teams now in the National Football League NFC in the NFC. San Fran, the Eagles, and the Bucks are undefeated. Only 3 teams. Any upsets, Lummy? I'm looking at my college scoreboard.
Indiana kicked the crap out of Illinois.
What's that do for Indiana as far as they were? I think they were like 18th and Illinois was 9th.
Yeah, Illinois I think dropped to 23rd, hanging on. Indiana, I believe.
Indiana is 11.
Yeah, right below them.
And they put Illinois at 23rd. Of course, Ohio State, Miami, Penn State, LSU, Georgia, Oregon. And Oklahoma, Florida State, Texas A&M, and Indiana, Texas Tech, Ole Miss, Iowa State, Georgia Tech. How about Georgia Tech?
Yeah.
And that guy took over. If you remember, there were 3 jobs the year that Dion took over Boulder. There were 3 jobs that were kind of, I wouldn't say the sexy jobs out there, but there were 3 big I think they're Power 4 jobs, and that was USF, Georgia Tech, and Colorado.
Yep.
I think it was those 3. Those 3 all got new coaches, and I'm not trying to talk bad about my guy or anything, but I got to think that USF and Georgia Tech might be doing better cumulatively than Colorado.
Yeah, I mean, technically, Georgia Tech's doing the best out of all of them right now.
Who was the coach that they put in for Georgia Tech?
Brent Key.
Who?
His name's Brent Key.
Where'd he come from? Was he a coordinator for Alabama or Georgia or something like that?
Well, he was the offensive line coach at Alabama and then was the assistant head coach at Georgia Tech before he was hired on.
So he's got them at 4-0. Vanderbilt's 4-0. Missouri's 4-0. USC's 4-0. TCU's 3-0. And BYU's 3-0. I went and looked at Dion's schedule, man. He's got a tough schedule. He's got a really tough schedule.
Are the cupcakes all gone for him now?
I think all the cupcakes are gone for Dion. Yeah. So you're let me what do we got with regards to Gene versus Walker? You're supposed to hand that to me. I tried. I got up my little page here, and I tried to go through it, but I think I was very wrong. I had Gene at 11 and Walker at 6, but I think I'm completely wrong because I got X's and then highlights and then check marks, and so I don't really know which one's which. I'm sure that you probably have a better.
Walker is 8-7, and Gene was 9-6.
And what do they got?
2 different games. Walker picked Detroit, and Gene picked Baltimore.
Oh. Okay, well, it's going to come down to the wire again.
Yeah, come down to Monday night. That's a good game tonight too.
What is Ravens and Detroit?
Yeah,
I'm pulling for the Ravens.
Go Detroit.
You probably, Seth, being, you look at games like that and you say, okay, well, Detroit's in the same division as the Bears. You don't want them to win. You want them to lose, making it easier potentially on the Bears. So you always pull against anybody on the FC North. At least that's how I do it.
I really just like to see all the teams have fun when my team's not involved.
Have fun.
Oh, yeah.
Like at Sammy's swim class.
I want Lamar
Jackson.
Jackson.
I want everybody just to have fun.
That's right.
How about the Colts, man?
Yeah,
Are they undefeated?
Yes, yeah. Jonathan Taylor, I think over 100 yards. He's running. Woo.
How about didn't they lose the Anthony Richardson guy to an injury, or is he still the quarterback?
No, Danny Jones is.
Who?
Daniel Jones.
Oh, Danny Dimes?
Yep.
Danny Dimes is?
Yeah.
Anyway, the Colts over the Titans. Big. Vikings killed the Bengals. Man, it wasn't just 2 years ago the Bengals were in the Super Bowl?
Joe Burrow wasn't playing yesterday.
He's out for
Isn't he
months.
out for a long time?
Yeah.
Turf toe.
How about my boy Sharon Rodgers? He's partying, is he not? Isn't Sharon Rodgers partying?
Yeah, I think he had 2 TDs in a
They're
pick.
2-1. They beat the Patriots.
And they're going overseas next week or this week coming up.
Good them. I hate that. And it ends up being a 9:30 game on Sunday.
Yes.
That's got to be tough.
That's perfect
Dan,
for you.
Dan, did you ever, when you were a team doctor, did you play? Or I don't know if they even started that. We're playing in London and Germany and Brazil. I don't know if they'd even started that yet. Had they?
They had one game. I avoided it. I didn't feel like doing it. Just to go up there and come back, I mean, it's torture.
Yeah. Eagles, they're for real. They killed the Rams.
Oh, they were down. They got a blocked field goal to pretty much win the game,
Man,
too.
wasn't Seth? Didn't you say there were 5 blocked field goals yesterday?
That's what Scott Hansen told me on the Red Zone channel.
5. Packers had 1. Bucks had 1. Eagles had 1. And there were a couple others.
The Bucks had like 5 or 6 penalties in one drive.
Packers had I think the Packers had 14 penalties the entire game. Killed them. I got to tell you, man, I think the Bucks are for real. I think they're for real, especially in that division. That division isn't that tough.
Well, hey, and Mike Evans, who knows how his hamstrings hold up?
Yeah, what he went out at the start of the 4th.
Yeah.
And what are they? Is there any early reports?
No, they just said he's been undergoing testing. They haven't released what they found. Dan,
if you have a hamstring injury, what do they first do? An MRI on it?
Yeah, they'll do an MRI just to see if it's really torn or how badly it's torn.
Now, will MRI, will it really get in there and show you what, unlike an X-ray or something like that?
With incredible detail.
Like tendons and
yes, you can see soft tissue with an MRI really well.
And so when you tear a hamstring, are you literally like the muscle of the back of your leg? I'm assuming the hamstring is what I assume it, which is that big muscle behind, kind of opposite your quadricep.
Exactly, it goes from your butt to your knee.
It's
behind your knee.
It's a very big muscle, isn't it?
It's a long muscle. It's not usually huge, but it's long.
And when you tear one, I got to think that's catastrophic.
Well, Evans has had problems with his hamstrings for several years now, and so it's certainly his Achilles heel, if you want to, call it that. But I've pulled a hamstring, and it took months for it to get better.
And you're not a pro athlete.
And I'm not a pro athlete, and it talks to me still. Years later, it still talks to me. So I don't know how these guys can, pull a hamstring to the point where like they're hopping off the field. And then they come back and play in 3 or 4 weeks. He'll never have the explosion that he had before he hurt his hamstring again.
Now,
so he keeps doing this to himself.
What's the operationally as a doctor? If you pull your hamstring, I guess it's probably to the level of what you pull it with. How do you repair that?
Usually you don't. You let it heal. Sometimes they repair it with a couple sutures. If it depends on if you rip it off your ischial tuberosity. But
rip it off your what? I'm sorry, your
sit bone. Your sit bone. The bones you sit on.
No, but I want you to actually say what the bone is.
Ischial tuberosity.
Yeah, your ischial tuberosity.
Your ischium.
Now, if you pull it, so there's probably different levels of pulling your hamstring.
Exactly.
There's probably a strain. There's probably a slight tear.
And then
there's a full-blown, rip it in half.
Right.
And to me, it didn't look like, I watched the play, it didn't look like it was like that tear off the bone deal.
No, it doesn't.
It looked like it could be just a
couple 3 weeks.
So could they go in there with sutures and try to, connect A to B?
Yes, but they probably don't want to do that because that'll probably put him back like a month.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
Commanders 41-24 over the Raiders. Panther. What is up with the Falcons?
Oh, they got their ass kicked.
Man, 30-0 over and the Panthers aren't that good, are they?
They suck.
The Panthers are garbage.
Jaguars. Did Travis Hunter do anything?
No, not really.
He's been relatively quiet, has he not? And Heisman Trophy winner. Obviously he's that guy that I think that they drafted where they were going to see where he could contribute most to the team, offensively or defensively.
He's playing both ways.
With sprinkling him into both situations, but I think he was going to have a dominant. I think that their mindset, Seth, and I think this is the way they're coaching him up, is that he's going to be predominantly one side, and then we'll sprinkle him in on the defensive side. Is that how they're doing it?
Yeah.
So he's a wide receiver most of the time, and then maybe a nickel or a dime back under passing situations.
Yeah,
I
I played some defense yesterday when I was watching. It's hard to have offensive explosions when your quarterback's Trevor Lawrence.
Come on, he's that bad? I like him.
I don't think. I think he's one of the most overrated guys, especially a guy that went number one. I'm with Seth. I'm not a big Trevor Lawrence fan at all. At all. What has he done?
Yeah, Travis Hunter had one catch, 21 yards. He got targeted twice.
That's it.
Yep.
Any tackles?
He had a few tackles, I think.
Yeah, he did. He had six total tackles.
Then the big upset.
He's a lot of commercials, though.
Yeah.
He's a lot of commercials.
Then the big upset, man. I mean, this is probably the biggest upset in the league. Well, next to the Browns beating the Packers, the Bears come out of nowhere, man, and whip the Cowboys' ass like they're stealing chickens, putting up 2 touchdowns. That second touchdown he threw was like, what, a 50-some. I watched a little bit of the ball game.
63 yards, the longest pass of the year.
Oh, my God, that was beautiful. I definitely remember the second one. Wow,
it was a flat-footed flea flicker.
It was. It was just a.
Did you see the one-handed catch that our new receiver made yesterday?
Yeah,
it was one of the prettiest catches I've ever seen.
I did. Yeah. Wasn't the one they said out of bounds?
No, it was one. That was one before.
Yeah. Anyway, Bears 31, Cowboys 14.
I hate the Cowboys.
Cowboys are 1-2 with one of the largest payrolls in all of the NFL. They overpaid Dak. CC Lamb. I mean, I think between those two, they take like 40% of their. I mean, like it's and I don't think either one of them has done anything.
Well,
right?
CeeDee Lamb got hurt yesterday.
Yep.
And they were missing Deron Bland, who they just gave $90 million to. So they're a little banged up.
Yeah, it's fun to watch Dak on the sidelines.
It's fun. No, who's their coach now? I forgot. They got rid of McCarthy.
Brian Schottenheimer.
Oh, that's right.
Yep.
That's right.
Is it Marty Schottenheimer's son?
Well,
Yeah.
he comes from the Schottenheimer seed. It's hard telling where he is. He Marty Schottenheimer's son?
Yeah.
Did you guys? I love this. Mike Trout hit his 400th home run, and so they went to the guy that caught it. Now, see that. Remember how we were talking about the Rays? One of the Rays guys caught one of the Rays fans caught a home run ball, and it was that home run ball that kind of landed in front of the woman, and the guy went over there like 2 rows over and picked it up.
The Phillies game,
and then she got all butt hurt and what have you, and he gave it to I ended up giving it back to her or something, and then I think the Marlins came in and gave him like a care package and let him come down and meet the players and the whole 9 yards, and the ball wasn't like anything like
not important.
It wasn't an important ball. This is an important ball. This is, Mike Trout's 400th home run. That's probably a ball that's worth a lot of money. Seth, you're in the memorabilia business more than I am, but that's probably worth a lot of money.
Sure.
The Hispanic gentleman who caught it, I don't think it's, as a fan, that it's your obligation to have to give it back.
No,
I don't think it says anywhere even on that fine print on your ticket. It has like a little provision if you get smashed in the side of the head because you weren't paying attention. Like nobody's at fault, meaning like you can't sue the organization or there's a lot of fine print on that ticket that you buy, including not being able to resell it and scalp it and what have you. But I don't think in all that fine print there is if you catch some type of foul ball or something like that you have to return it to the team or the player. I don't think you have to.
No.
And so they find this dude who caught Mike Trout's 400th home run. Look at Trout. Look how jacked up he is. Look at that guy. What a good dude. So they bring him to the clubhouse. He gives the ball to Trout. And they're expecting, what do you want for it? And like Seth, if I caught a ball like that, one, would you just Would you try to go cut a deal with the player, or would you try to just, knowing because you're in the sports memorabilia?
I'm really not, but I know what you're saying. I don't really like memorabilia.
Well, what I'm saying is you got
Really? Just cards?
You know as well as I do, though, if you catch that 400th ball, Babyface is probably on the phone with you telling you what that ball's worth and probably telling you that they're going to bring you down to the clubhouse and song and dance you.
I'm sending Babyface to voicemail if that happens. I can't deal with that.
And they are bringing you down there, and they're going to offer you something for that ball. Now, you could probably, at this point, you're in the driver's seat, so you could probably get, like, I'm just saying, season tickets, right? All day. You can get season tickets for next year.
It's torture having to go to 81 baseball games.
I know, but you could really negotiate something nice.
I think he got some bats, some jerseys, and then his final request, which was quite the ask, but Trout said yes, was this.
Yeah. So I don't know what he got besides this. I thought maybe all he got was this.
No. He got some jerseys and some bats and everything like that.
Okay, cool. But he asked Trout, he goes, "Hey, I'd like to play catch with you with this ball." And so Trout, man, they went out to the field and they played catch. It was pretty cool.
Hey, you mind if we can, maybe one or two catch
a little bit of a language barrier. The guy's just hoping ice isn't in the locker room. Now Trout asked for a glove, and now Dan, you've seen is that an athlete or what?
Oh, he's a huge athlete.
Look at that guy.
Absolutely.
Look at the quads,
calf,
and the calf.
Right, calf.
Just. I mean, that's probably where a lot of his batting strength comes from, that lower body.
Baseball players have had big asses and thighs for years.
Yeah.
That's been one of the defining physical qualities of a big hitter is just a giant lower body.
Yes, because most people don't know how to get their lower body into. So if you can incorporate your ass and your calves and your quads and your hips, well, I mean, don't they say a lot of the really good baseball players, it all comes from a lot of your hip.
Yeah,
it's
hip,
like all about hip.
Your core.
Right.
Yeah, right there.
I got a glove.
That guy. Well, I mean, look at his arms. Usually in baseball, you don't need big arms.
You're not supposed to have big arms in baseball.
This guy, look at him.
It's all good.
Such a simple
That's a
but
good-
beautiful request. I love that request. It's something I would think of too. Let's just play catch for 10 minutes.
But you'd have to say, "Hey, listen, take it easy. I got a blown rotator." I got.
Well, I mean, they weren't doing relay throws. I mean, they were just,
Yeah, they weren't
I know, but Dan wanted to say, "Hey, we're gonna have to only go about 20, 30 feet."
I can throw 50, 60 feet
I
now.
got a blown rotator.
I can throw great now. My shoulder's almost 100% back to normal.
Really?
Yeah, I mean, I probably lost maybe 5% strength, but yeah, I'll do anything with it.
How cool is this trying to get through these big one-hitters? Because, I got a whole bunch to cover on the Charlie Kirk deal. Now, the stadium only holds like 64,000.
Yes.
Now, is that what the stadium holds, and then they were able to incorporate what they put on the floor?
Yes.
And then the people outside? Is that how they got to 90K?
Yeah.
So was it yesterday?
Yeah, yesterday afternoon.
They went against football?
Yeah, I don't think that crowd cared.
Yeah, true. I would have gone against. I would have done it on a Saturday. It's tough to compete against NFL. There's probably a lot of people that wanted to go to the Charlie Kirk Memorial, but you're like, hey, my favorite. I mean, I build my son. Well, my Sunday was ruined yesterday, but I build my Sundays around watching the Packers.
Yeah.
Unless they're playing like an 8:20 or something like that.
Stein was there.
Alex was?
Yeah.
We should probably call him today.
Yeah.
And see how it gets. So Dan, over in Italy, I think this guy, well, obviously he's got a new Ferrari, and he decides to stretch it out a little bit.
It says Europe tour on there. It's probably one of those rental things where you go for a week and they give you a car to drive, which sounds like an incredible
and
vacation.
Here's the deal. I think they have is it Temu or there's a car rental service that offers exotic cars. Mm-hmm. And let me, I think, will you look and see, is it Temu?
Well, I think Temu is that Chinese company.
No, yeah, not Temu.
Turo or Turo.
Turo. Yeah, there's this. No matter what city you go to, like Dan, if you were traveling into like say Indianapolis for the weekend for a doctor's convention, and you wanted to while you're in Indianapolis maybe drive around a little bit, whatever, you can go to this. Is it Turo?
Turo. Turo.
Turo. You can go to Turo. And they have exotic like Lamborghinis and Ferraris and
for the weekend.
And you can rent them for the weekend. And they're like, honest to God, they're like $1,500 a day. And I actually know a guy. Remember where the old Clem Gym used to be?
Yeah.
Just over there, Lummy?
Yep.
Remember? Dan,
Yeah.
were you ever familiar with the Clem Gym?
Yes.
Okay.
I've been there.
I know a guy that rented out a couple places over there because, Lummy, how close it is to the airport.
Yeah.
And he's got like 2 Lamborghinis. He's got like 2 Corvettes. He's got like a Ferrari. He's got like 6 cars. And they're like, I think the Ferrari's like $1,800 or $1,900 a day. And he makes, Dan, he takes these cars, and as soon as he rents them out 2 times, he's paid for their lease. He leases them all for 3 years. You know what I'm saying? And when you rent them through the app, you are only allowed a certain amount of mileage, and if you go over that mileage, then there's a surcharge so that he doesn't go over his 3 year. He doesn't go over his miles gimmick. But you could almost. It's almost like Airbnb for cars. Can you, right? Like it's almost like, okay, I got a house, an extra house. Do I sell it? Or do I just rent it out and let people pay for it after you rent for the most part, after you rent your Airbnb Verbo house, 3, 4, 5 times, it's probably paid for its mortgage, and everything after that's profit.
Yeah, exactly.
So Dan, let's say you got a Lamborghini like yourself. What would a lease be on that? Like maybe $3,000, $3,500?
Probably about $3,500 a month.
All right, and then if you're charging $1,700 a day,
Yeah, 2 days you're paid.
2 days you're paid, and let's say it goes out another 5 or 6 days that month, that's all gravy, right? Anyway, I don't know if this is one of those rental deals or not, but listen to how cool. So the Italian cops pull this guy over for, driving like an idiot. When you got a Ferrari, it's tough not to drive like an idiot.
Yeah, it takes your driving IQ down a couple hundred notches.
Yeah, it's like, it's tough to go 35 and a 35 when you got, 1,200 horsepower, open header, it's just so tough. I think the Ferrari wants to idle at 40. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, they're not fun to drive slow.
Dan, doesn't that sound so badass?
Yeah, see when his lights go on the dash,
That's
that means
just a shift point.
I
It's your
understand
shift
that,
point.
but those lights don't even come on to hit 7,000 RPMs.
Right. So
he's revving that engine.
But that's your shift point.
Right.
Right.
It shows you.
So he got pulled over by the Italian cops. Now in Tampa, you're probably going to jail because they're going to get you like 75 and a 35, Dan, like double Willie. They got
that new law in Florida now. You're 25 or 100. You're 25 over or 100 miles an hour, and they can
it's 50,
really
50 over.
Is it 50 over?
50 over.
Oh, that's
or over 100.
Right.
So if you're 35, that puts you at 85. So you might not go to jail, but they're not going to be this cool. Listen to this.
Morning.
Hello.
Parla italiano?
English.
English. This is one of the best car in the world.
The cops says this is one of the best cars in the world.
Really amazing, man. Really.
Thanks.
The best engine of Ferrari. Listen.
You want to listen a bit?
Man, Dan, is that Dan? Can you just peripherally look and see what that might be?
It looks like it's an 812.
Is that a badass?
It's a 12-cylinder front engine. Makes that really shrieky sound. That's why it says the best one, because
it's got the biggest
F8s
motor.
The F8s it's a turbo 8, and they don't sound anywhere near like a
V12.
A V12 that's normally aspirated.
Right. What's retail, Willie, on this?
40.
How much?
4-ish.
Mil?
400,000.
Oh, listen. Oh, that's not too bad. Now, if you're Tampa PD, man, you're getting yoked out of there. That guy's, sir, please exit the vehicle. Is there anything I need to know about in your vehicle? Any drugs or anything that's going to stick me or anything like that? No. Okay, sir. Well, you can't be going 80 down Bayshore, my friend. Okay, we're going to impound your vehicle and take you to jail. They're not. The guy's not going to be giving you a high five saying this is the best engine ever.
I love the police here.
Are you at TPS?
Yeah, it's a Grab, so it is not the original color.
See, I think it might have a GPS up there, Dan, which probably isn't standard, which is probably the rental company's GPS unit to know that you're not, wherever the hell you are.
Monitoring you.
Yeah.
Wow, is it yours? Right?
Yeah.
So anyway, man, what a cool situation, right?
Yeah, that's great.
So much to unpack. I love Trump, but I voted for him because he was the lesser of two evils. I like some of his policy. I like a lot of what he does, but I think that he's punching downward when he starts, taking shots at Joe Biden, and I just think that he needs to constantly look forward and fixing, because there's so many things to fix. There are so many things that are messed up. Our country is at an all-time hatred of each other. I hate you and you hate me. You hate me because I feel this way, and I hate you because you feel that way. And now we have to worry about, we can't even have any type of like discord or talk with regards to the any type of situation that we disagree upon, whether it's abortion, gun rights, trans rights, immigration, whatever, all the plethora of things that we can argue about across political lines, we can't even argue about now. Now we're just, it's win at all costs. It's just like, I think the president needs to take it upon himself to bring us together, not continue to poke the other side. He's in charge for another 3 years and 3 months, 4 months, and I think this would be an opportunity for him to. But quite frankly, I don't know if he has the ability to.
Well, Bubba, it's been 24 years since a president really tried to bring us together. I don't think a president has really gone out of his way to bring us together, really, and with real honesty and integrity, since the September 11th bombings, when George Bush tried to bring us all together as a country. And I felt that racism was dying out in 2001, and I felt like the country was really coming together. And then I believe, and again, Bubba, I've been paying attention to this stuff pretty clearly and closely for the last 25 years. I really truly believe that Obama started really stoking the racial divide, which continued to grow and grow and grow. But then I think the racial divide is also an economic divide. I think it's people that have money and people that don't have money, and I think the people that don't have money are getting screwed in this country.
But blame it on whoever you want to blame it on.
I'm just watching the last 25 years about it.
I understand. Blame it on whoever you want. You can't. That horse is already out of the barn. You can't fix it.
Okay, so let's talk about today. I think the biggest difference between the left and the right is the left tell you that the people on the right are actually bad human beings, whereas the people on the right just say the people on the left have bad policies. I
think that the right, it's a really slippery slope right now on some of the rules that the right are trying to get pushed through. I think that we are at a very slippery slope when it comes to freedom of speech. I do not agree with Jimmy Kimmel's what he said about Charlie Kirk. It wasn't in a comedic type way. I think that Jimmy Kimmel was using his platform to spew political potential hate speech, but it's not the federal government's job to step in and police Jimmy Kimmel. It's not the president's job to single-handedly single out Jimmy Kimmel. He should be above the fray. The affiliates, Nexstar and ABC, and then the people that advertise on ABC, those are the people that should be able to call the shots on a late night talk show hosts that has probably misstepped in some way, shape, or form. And with the government and the head of the FCC and Pam Bondi and all these people corralling up where they're going to start, potentially monitoring, monologue-based content, that's a slippery slope. That's a very slippery slope. And even under the guise of being a journalist or, from a comedian to a journalist, it shouldn't matter. The First Amendment doesn't have a caveat to it that says, oh, if you're a journalist, you have to abide by this set of First Amendment rules.
There is a caveat, Bubba.
And if you're a comedian, you have to abide by this set of First Amendment rules.
There is a caveat. And if you read the First Amendment, it says Congress shall make no law. So it really applies to Congress making federal laws. It doesn't apply to the type of things that are policies and the type of things that are controlled by government.
Well, Congress right now are gathering various committees and what have you, and they're having these meetings. Mm-hmm. And the FCC, the head of the FCC, is at these meetings. And I'm just telling you right now, if I'm Trump, I got a bunch of stuff to play. And I just don't think that he's being very presidential right now. And I think it's time for, if he took a different stance on this, the damage is already done. I don't think Jimmy Kimmel needs to come out of President Trump's mouth. I don't think that Jimmy Kimmel needs to be anything that Trump worries about. And, and also Trump lost. Did you see it came from the Middle District of Florida, from a George W. Bush appointed federal judge, where they threw out his $16.1 billion, was it Wall Street Journal, Lummy? Or
yes.
Yeah, they threw out his 16.1 Wall Street Journal liable defamation slander case, and it came out of Tampa.
Sorry, that one is that was the New York Times.
That was the New York Times. Threw it out. Anyway, I got a lot of that and more. Let me get to it here momentarily.
If you love that segment, then check out BubbaArmyHQ.com and do a deep dive on past shows. The Bubba the Love Sponge Show will be right back.
The Bucks game? I left. We were up 13 points. I'm like, come on, Danny. I got, let's get at it before the other 50,000 people try to leave. Yeah. I didn't realize it was going to be a shit show like that. It's unbelievable. When they marched up the field that first time, I'm like, come on, guys. I mean, it took them 3 minutes and they scored. Like, they're going to throw it in the middle again. Oh, it's in the middle again.
Coverage. They had 14 penalties.
14. They had 6 in one drive.
Seth, did you send this to me? I don't think you did, but I think it's something we should play.
No, I didn't send that.
So the taker told Stephanie.
I thought
Are you familiar with it?
Yeah, I just thought WWE stuff got taken down.
It does.
Oh, it does? Yeah, okay, then I won't play it. I won't play it.
The WWE's kind of like the NFL.
Yep. You know what, Seth? I'll just talk about it, but I won't play the video. I'll just say Taker, and I'll ask, you probably know what event this was, and just have you walk us through it, but I won't play it, because if I play it, we'll get, But you know what happened here, right?
Yeah, I watched it.
Okay. So I'm just going to throw it over to you to give me what happened.
Throw it over.
Okay, you ready? Red Rover, for me to throw it right over?
Why was he killed?
He was killed because his words made a difference. Because he was
showing people also like
Hours.
new stuff on the dark.
Why was
Watermelon Warlock. Boots. Jasper to Florida Ocean Outlaws.
The Pentagon will now require credentialed journalists to sign a pledge to refrain from reporting on stories that have not been authorized for release.
HT 1776. Grouchy old guy. I agree. So, dude. Knight Rider. Creatine, Biggie, Jonesy, Bank, Jesse, thank you. Ajax. I'm gonna call you the police. So fuck
We also got a package from Purple Jersey.
Package.
Shirt.
To who?
a package.
You.
For me?
Yep.
Or for Kush?
You.
From Purple Jersey?
Yes, sir.
We'll get afterward.
I think you'll like it.
You know what it is?
Big or little?
Just the
Big or
red
little
size.
purple jersey?
Big.
Big.
Because there's a difference.
Yes. Big purple.
Oh, Rico. Fuck yeah, buddy.
Rico!
Suave.
Abreu!
The little guy that drives for China.
I can't do Rico!
Can't roll your R's.
Suave. Remember that song?
No.
Yes, you.
No, I don't. What the fuck, man? I know all my friends drive a low rider.
You don't remember Rico Suave?
No, dude, and I'm not trying to be hostile, but it sounds a little homosexual.
No, it's not.
No, Rico Suave.
Rico Suave? Is it like I'm too sexy for my shirt?
It's kind of that, but the Latin version. It's about a
No, the
Spanish
Latin
man.
version's Viva La Vida Loca.
IR. See, I don't understand your asking.
All my homies.
Broadcasting live from the Aquabito Studios. Aquabito.com/Bubba. It's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
Let me just big purple or little purple?
Big purple.
Big Purple Jersey sends me a badass new 3X t-shirt that I will definitely be wearing here. Maybe tomorrow I'm going to wash, because I always got to wash my shirts.
Of course.
I can't wear a brand new shirt. I got to wash it with a little extra softener in there.
Really? You're that sensitive?
Yeah.
See, I think I like to wear a shirt before it's ever been washed. I hate washing shorts. I think it ruins them.
Yeah, well, that's the difference between you and I. You're rich and fancy, and I'm not.
Your shirts are $300. Ours are $10.
Yeah, mine's free because because the fans send them to me. Anyway, thank you, Purple. Is it Lil Purple Jersey or just
big Purple Jersey?
Thank you, Big Purple Jersey, for my Rico Abreu, who is now officially starting next year, 2026, racing for the Tony Stewart Racing TSR banner with Ricky Warner as his crew chief. So thank you, Big Purple Jersey.
He's raced at your track, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Rico's been there a couple times to my track. He races there's two main sanctioning bodies with regards to sprint car racing. There's the World of Outlaw, and then there's the High Limit. And the High Limit is owned by Kyle Larson and Brad Sweet.
Oh.
And so Rico has committed to running the high limit. I tried to get the high limit guys to open their season up in February at my track, but I guess they're going to open. I should have known. I just threw a little request in there, but they usually open up in Vegas, and that's what they're going to continue to do this year. This year is open up in Vegas. So, thank you, Big Purple Jersey.
He's on line 1.
Oh, he is?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Thank you for the shirt, Big Purple Jersey.
No problem, Bubba. Thank you for everything you guys have been doing. I was at Port Royal a couple weeks ago for the high limit race, and when I went to get that shirt, Rico was at the trailer. I had my Bubba Army stuff on. I got a picture with him. You have turned me on to him, and he is amazing.
Did he recognize the Bubba Army?
Yes. Definitely.
Nice. Yeah, love that guy, and I bet you out of all the T-shirt trailers, probably next to him, Larson and Sweet probably had the longest lines by far.
Definitely.
Like, how long did you have to wait? Like, how long of a line was it at Lil Rico's merchandise trailer?
Maybe 10 people, but I didn't wait for an intermission. I went out right after he ran his heat race.
Oh, he raced and then went to merch?
Oh, a lot of times they'll go out and heat race, and then there's about an hour or so before they got to get in the car, and he'll tell Ricky Warner, or Ricky Warner will know what to do. He'll make the adjustments, and then Rico will go out to the T-shirt hauler and sign T-shirts and be there for the fans clear up until like 15 minutes before he's got to get in the car. And Rico's very accessible that way. Then after the races, they always open up the pits, even if you didn't buy a pit pass. But after the races are done, then they open up the pits for anybody to go. And every one of those guys will stand around for a couple hours and sign autographs.
Nice.
They're great people. So
they
anyway,
make tons of money.
Oh, I know.
Selling T-shirts.
Oh,
That's how they get up and down the road.
I know. Trust me. That's how we get up and down the road with our Bubba Army merch, Bubba Army store, Bubba Army shop, from selling knives.
And the documentary, and the doc was awesome, Bubba.
Thank you. Video killed the radio star. I got an announcement with that, but it's I just can't. It's timely, and I'm trying to get it to happen.
Oh.
And I got a major announcement with. I hope it happens today, Lummy.
Oh, hopefully.
I hope it happens today. By the way, I did the Matt Cox podcast. It dropped yesterday, so hopefully maybe you'll go watch that. It's part of the Matt Cox YouTube channel. I think it's at Matt Cox. It's about mostly true crimes and things like that. So go try to find that if you like. And Purple Jersey, I appreciate the T-shirt. Thank you, my friend.
Yes, sir, brother. Thank you very much. Love all you guys. See
all right, now I don't know who found this out. This clip. Who found this? Was this?
I sent that.
Yeah, you did. So this is when I was with TNA, and the day before this, they were like, "Hey, listen, we want." I was kind of like, "Let me this in no man's land," because like my interviews backstage were too stiff.
Yeah.
And they, Hogan wanted me to still be part of the deal, and he had already splintered off these guys, and these guys were the bad guys, so they made me part of him, so that anytime these guys were going to be interviewed, I was going to do it. And I never, but this is actually a pretty good thing. This is actually a pretty neat thing. Scott Hall and the 1-2-3 Kid or X-Pac, if you will, were making their way down the TNA gangway with their Bubba Army shirts on.
That's awesome.
This is when they got RVD. That's one of the Hardy guys.
Is that Jeff?
I think it's Jeff Hardy. I don't know who that guy is. Seth, do you know who that guy is?
I don't know.
Jobber.
And in honor of Lockdown, tonight's main event will be a steel cage match. Whoa! Come on with it! That's pretty cool! Modest to the top.
You heard it from Jeff Hardy. It's later.
Look at that. Look at that shot.
I thought they're supposed to wear their own shirts.
Well, I mean, they really didn't have any shirt of their own shirts.
Okay.
They hadn't made them up yet.
Oh my.
So it's actually Scott Hall. He's like, "Yo, Bubba, how about let me and Nick at 1, 2, 3 get more shirts in that little bag of yours? I go, yeah. He goes, we'll wear them out, put you over, brother.
Did they cut him? It looks like they cut him.
I don't know what
From
they
the bottom.
did. But I got to tell you, that's pretty damn good.
It's incredible.
That's pretty cool. I mean, I should get that as a still shot and framed.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
On Impact, it's the band against Eric Young, RVD, and Hardy. But tonight, in honor of Lockdown, it's in the Steel Cage.
So anyway, Lummy, Seth, thank you for finding that.
You got it.
Now, another thing that we cannot play, I cannot play the audio of this because the WWF, WWE has like every second of every footage that they put out locked down so bad that we'll get a copyright strike and the whole 9 yards. But this, I'll let Seth set up. It looks to be The Undertaker and Stephanie McMahon in the camera shot. So were they at a particular event?
This was WrestlePalooza on Saturday.
Wasn't that in Indianapolis?
Yeah, it was the
Okay.
first event that they had as part of their deal with ESPN. So I think it was like right before the main event, The Undertaker came out, and then he hopped in the crowd next to Stephanie and told her that she was going to be in the 2026 Hall of Fame.
I think his exact verbiage was, "You're the first inductee into the 2026 Hall of Fame."
Yes.
I thought he was going to say the first McMahon because I don't know that Shane and Vince are in the Hall of Fame. And if you think about it, I don't think they are. I don't think that Shane and Vince are in the current WWE Hall of Fame.
Is his dad in it, though? Vince Sr.?
I don't know. I don't think so.
Well, Shane would be long behind Stephanie McMahon to get into the Hall of Fame.
I mean, one would say that Vince really should be the first. Or if you want to get less heat, you put the dad in there. What's that called? Post when he died? Posthumously. Because he is, even though, TKO has since bought WWE and it's not part of the McMahon family, per se, Stephanie and Triple H still have, I think, Seth, you can help me, I think very, very large managerial roles in the current WWE.
He is in the Hall of Fame, the senior. He 1996.
All right, so senior is in.
Yes.
But Vince McMahon Jr., and that's what most fans aren't familiar with senior. Vince McMahon bought it from his dad, and he is the one that really took, it was a regional thing when his dad owned it, and Vince McMahon Jr., who you never really say junior, you just call him Vince McMahon. He's the one that made it the global brand that it became, and he since subsequently, did he get forced out or did he sell it or both? Seth?
Who, Vince?
Yeah. I think kind of.
He got forced out with everything that had been happening.
Right. But I think he also profited a ton of money for when TKO bought it because he owned the majority. I think he owned the majority stock.
Yeah, he's got a ton of money.
Yeah. So, but
I bet he'd trade that, though, to be involved with WWE still on a day-to-day basis.
I would bet.
Do you really think so?
Oh, I'm telling you right now, if they, and correct me if I'm wrong, Seth, if TKO went to him and said, we need, a buy-in amount, like, $1 billion. No, I don't think he's probably worth $1 billion. I think he's worth over $1 billion. Maybe, Lummy, you can check it out. But if they said, hey, like for $350 million, you can buy yourself back in on a managerial, creative talent type, kind of basically what Triple H is doing.
$3.5 billion.
He's worth $3.5 billion. Really? I bet you, Seth, for $1 billion, he would buy himself back in.
Be a fool
if he could.
Yeah, but I mean, I don't think anybody wants his money.
No, I think they want him. I think they want him long gone. I think they want these lawsuits to get settled, and I think they want to continue the brand without him. But if Vince McMahon Jr., if he's not in, I don't know, Seth, that the new corporation ever would bring him or his son in. Stephanie may be the only McMahon besides her grandpa that gets in just based on the effery that Junior, is involved in, and I don't think Shane ever really. Well, I think Shane deserves to be in too, but I think they're like almost somewhat blackballed.
I don't know, Bubba. It'd be like you putting yourself into the Bubba Army Hall of Fame. I think if Vince McMahon went in there.
But hold on. But if somebody bought my company and forced me out, but in doing so and buying my company, Seth, they bought my entire library. And, let's say I, got like $50 million. I think if I was so far removed from the day-to-day operations of the company, which Vince is, right? I mean, he has nothing to do with it, and neither does Shane. Shane nor Vince has nothing to do with it. I think Triple H actually calls all the shots. With regards to the TKO hierarchy, I think Dana runs the UFC. I think Triple H and maybe The Rock run WWE along with Stephanie. And then they have other things.
Nick Khan.
They have what?
Nick Khan.
Okay. Oh yeah, Nick Khan is I think the CEO.
I don't think Stephanie has an official position.
Oh, you don't?
She left when her dad was still there. She didn't want to be around him.
But I heard that
that's what it says.
I heard she came back when he was officially gone.
Yeah.
And she's back now.
She's mostly in the audience with her kids watching the events.
Well, she's in the Hall of Fame, and really the only other McMahon that's in the Hall of Fame is her grandpa, right?
Yes.
And I don't know that you're right. I don't know that Vince or Shane ever get in. Ever. I mean, and that would be unbelievable that Vince would not make it in, considering he started it all.
Well, it's tough to put a guy who's sex trafficked an employee around the WWE offices. It's tough to put him in.
See, I only got a sex tape.
Yeah,
I didn't sex traffic anybody. It was all consensual.
They need to maybe let that blow over for a few years, and then they could probably consider doing stuff with him again.
Well, George Washington didn't give himself a Medal of Honor either. So just like you said, Bubba, it's weird.
Hello,
Bubba.
Yeah.
Hey, this is Pete from David Gravel's race team.
Hey, Pete. David Gravel, by the way.
How's it going?
David Gravel is so badass. God, he's good. I watch a lot of it. I watch a lot of his in car when he's ripping the lip. Man, will you get word? I got a David Gravel T-shirt too. I don't know if you ever see me wear it.
Yeah, I heard that dude send you some Rico stuff. I'll send you some new stuff.
Will you tell Gravel, man? He's raced at my track a few times, but man, he is a talent. I really am a big fan of him.
Yeah, we got it done this weekend out there in Tulare, so that was a pretty good race. Did you see the highlights of that one yet?
Was that a high limit or World Outlaw?
No, that was an outlaw one. We only run the outlaw races.
Here's the thing with regards to that. Do you think, and this is just I kind of have two different hats. I got a fan hat that I wear, then I have a promoter hat. Obviously track owner and promoter, so I look at things a little bit differently. Yep. It's my understanding that if you're a high limit guy, you can go run World Outlaw. As long as there's not a conflicting schedule deal, you can go run World Outlaw all you want. But the World Outlaw guys can only run they give them like 5 or 4 or 6.
4.
That's bull crap.
Yeah. The outlaw, the high limit guys, they got a pretty good deal. They can run whatever they want. Yeah, we're limited to. We can only run 4 outside of our normal thing.
Don't you think that hurts the sport? Because if Gravel could go pick off a high limit show when when World Outlaws aren't running, he's obviously going to be competitive and probably win a couple. And it just makes for better brand awareness for all the guys. You guys are selling T-shirts. You guys are getting your brand out at a track that you normally wouldn't. I don't. Can you ever see the World of Outlaw guys, like loosening up that rule? Or I've actually heard that World of Outlaw wants to buy High Limit.
Yeah, I don't know what's going to happen there. We're, our team, we're not big High Limit fans, but I don't know what's going to happen there. It's going to be interesting to see. They throw around big numbers, but
within the World of Outlaws versus High Limit, so you guys are a World of Outlaw team. So do most people pick a side and then they don't like the other side for whatever reason?
Yeah. mostly.
Yeah.
I don't know why that is, but yeah, that's just kind of how it goes.
Who's leading the points right now, World Outlaw?
We are.
You are. Fantastic.
Yes. Yep.
What's that pay like?
Yeah.
300 to win?
Yeah, I think it pays $350 to win the points deal.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
Anyway, if you guys would ever want to test at my track, I'd love to have you, man. I'd waive the fee and I'd get the track all ready for you. I'd love to see David test at my place.
Yeah, it'd be pretty fun. I wish I'd go back there. I don't know why we don't go to your place anymore.
It
was always a.
You don't go because Volusia's 52 miles from me, and
I know
you can't.
But the All Stars used to.
Well, you know that's
to open up there back in the day.
They're not around anymore. High Limit, and I actually got a hold of Brad Sweet 2 weeks ago, and it'd be like, hey, why don't you guys start? In Florida this year, instead of starting out in Vegas, why don't you guys start in Florida, and then some of your guys can triculate over to Volusia, and you're getting more dates that night, that way. And he was they're like, no, we're gonna keep it in Vegas, which I don't know. I think High Limit starting in Florida would be better for the sport because all those High Limit guys would come over to Volusia when they're not running my place.
Yeah, most of them will be there anyway, so
right.
It kind of makes sense to run there anyway.
What kind of
of them are already going to go down there.
What kind of motors you guys run? Kistler?
We run Morrison out of Pennsylvania.
I never even heard of that.
Yeah, Morrison. He's not real big. He only does a few teams. He does like us. I think he does the 18 car. He only does a handful of guys. He's pretty small, but he does a pretty good job.
And what is a brand new 410 sprint car motor costing now? 70?
No, a brand new one is between 75 and 80.
Dan, and you can only run it like 12 nights.
Really?
And
We're at about 12. Yeah.
About 12 nights, and at that point you got to send. If it's not blowed up, you got to send it back, and it's about 15,000 to 17,000 refresh.
15 to 20 probably for a freshen.
You can only drive it, Dan. You can only drive it 12 nights, and if you're lucky enough not to, blow it up, then you send it back. They charge you another 15 to put new, main bearings and some rod ends and maybe a couple new pistons and this and that, and then boom, another 15 grand. Woo, damn. Who's David's main sponsor?
Basically our car owner Todd Queering is basically we don't have a sponsor. He owned Big Game Tree Stands, and then he basically owns Huset Speedway. So basically, Huset Speedway is our main sponsor. Huset's and Jackson.
Big Game Tree Stands originally was a Terry McCarl guy. That's what Terry ran for.
Was, yeah.
Terry ran for years. Yep. Yeah, out of Altoona, Iowa.
Iowa. Yeah. Hey, you should come to National some year. When are you going to come to that deal? You should come out and do that.
I used to go every year when I was hanging out with Danny Lasowski. I used to go every year, and then it just got to be like it's such a pain in the ass to be able to find a hotel room, and you got to literally almost come with your bus or your own.
Yeah, you do.
Your own your living situation because I think there's only two hotels.
I got to figure I'll see Brandon the Quad there sometime. Doesn't he live in Iowa?
Yeah, but he's a wrestling dude. He doesn't know anything about he doesn't know about sprint cars.
Yeah.
So listen,
I seen Danny this weekend. He was out there in Tulare driving. He drove the pace car around there for that Dennis Ross race this weekend. So he was out there hanging out.
I think Danny is he doing like some consultancy stuff?
Yeah, he does quite a bit. He's probably got 3 or 4 guys he does it for. Yeah.
Boy, back in the day when him and Sammy Swindell and Steve Kinzer, they were all fighting it out, man. That was a whole different era. Yeah. How do you think Rico? How do you think Rico's going to do in the TSR stuff?
Well, it's not going to be. Rico's still going to drive his own stuff. They're basically kind of for a little while. I think they're just going to slap a TSR sticker on it, but Rico isn't getting out of his stuff and getting into that TSR stuff.
No,
he's going to keep driving his own stuff.
I think from being friends with Tony and knowing Gooch and all, I think this is how it's going to go down. I think they're going to sell all the 15 stuff. Whoever, like whoever wants to buy it, and all those local guys will come and grab all that stuff.
Yeah.
And then I don't know, they may send the 15 hauler. If the 15 hauler is nicer than Rico's hauler, then they'll send that over there.
Rico's got a nice one.
All right, so then they'll sell the hauler too, and then listen, all you need is Ricky Warner, regardless of what.
Yeah.
Regardless of what sticker you slap on it. Ricky's turning the. If you got Ricky turning the wrenches, please.
Yeah, they're getting pretty good.
And so you're right. I think it might be a branding deal more so than Rico's going to drive Tony's stuff. Rico's got just as. Listen, you can only get so much top of the line. You can only get so many titanium bolts and so much carbon fiber on that car that everybody has the same stuff at that point.
Yep.
So anyway, listen, man. Let me put you on hold. I'd like to have your information, and let me give let me give you our address because I'd love to have a David Gravel shirt.
Okay. Cool.
All right, hold on, buddy.
All right.
Thank
Talk
you.
to you later, bro. Yep.
Sorry for the extended sprint car talk. Let me.
It's a lot of money for a $2,500 purse.
Well, they're not running for $2,500, Dan.
Oh,
They're running for $15,000. Well, they're running for $15,000, $25,000, $50,000, $100,000.
Oh, real purses.
Oh,
Okay.
yeah. I think the King's Royal is $150,000. So there's I know of at least within the winged sprint car world. I think there's maybe 5 to 6 over $100,000 purses. And you pick off one or two of those,
Yeah.
They say it takes $1 million to run up and down the road to follow either High Limit or World of Outlaws. It takes $1 million.
That's a lot.
That's a lot of money.
It used to take $1 million to do that in NASCAR 25 years ago.
Now it's like for NASCAR,
50?
it's like no. You can run up and down the road. I think you can do a whole NASCAR season for probably
20.
No.
All that infrastructure you got to move around.
Well, that's there already. I'm just talking about the hard cost to field a NASCAR car
as an independent team trying to get through 35 races.
You're not gonna have any of those. They all have at least 1 or 2 or 3 cars, so they can share the infrastructure, the shop space, the dyno, the 7-post shaker, all that. So there is no single car independent teams out there. And so they're all part of a conglomerate or a charter. And so you don't put the infrastructure on that tab. But if just the pure cost to probably hit all NASCAR events, hotel rooms, catering, parts for the car, motors, driver's salary, transportation, entry fees, hard cards, it's probably $8 million. 7 million, 8 million.
According to this website, it cost $18 million for the full season to run.
Is that what it is?
Average of about $400,000 a race.
Shows you how much. Oh, there you go. 18 million.
Yeah.
And NASCAR is so not cool anymore. Like I don't find myself watching. Listen, I watched the 4 Crown on Flow Racing this weekend, and then I watched the Lucas Late Models in Knoxville. Those are the 2 races I watched. I don't even find myself watching. I don't even care about NASCAR.
Yeah,
and I watched Tyler in Volusia. He did really well.
Awesome.
He started last because they DQ'd him on some screw job. Listen to how bad they screwed him. Well, you know what? I'll come back with that. I'm so mad. I was watching it on Dirt Vision, Lummy, because Volusia has Dirt Vision.
Yeah.
So I can actually watch Tyler. He ran the Smith Brothers number 6 this past weekend. There were 18 cars that entered the field and under the Top Gun Sprint 360 Sprint Car Series. And I'll just tell you this. He started 18th last because they DQ'd him after the heat. And he damn near won it. He finished second.
Wow.
Passed, all but one car and damn near won it from last to second. And wait till you hear. And I own a track. 54 miles from where they raced. And and my job as a track owner with my partner Tom Bean is to prepare the track and to race direct, which, Dan, you're familiar with the race director. He's the guy up there that talks to the racers on what to do.
Mm-hmm.
And
he like produces it, sort of.
I'm like that, right? I'm kind of the producer of the whole show. I dispatch the wreckers when they need to go. I get the lineups ready for the guys. If the number 2 car needs to go back 2 slots, I'm on the radio yelling at him. Number 2, go back 2 slots. Go back 2. And then a lot of times they won't be listening to you, Lummy, and you got to cuss them out. Be like, number 2, either you go back 2 slots or I'm throwing you off the track, bitch. So I'm just thinking, as a track owner and a series director, if this had happened at my track, I wouldn't have DQ'd the guy. And instead of starting 4th, he should have started 4th. He started 18th because they DQ'd him. And it's the biggest bunch. I don't know if it's the Volusia track that did it to him or it's the Top Gun series that did it to him, but I'll get into it next.
If you want 24/7 on-demand Bubba and the crew, go to BubbaArmyHQ.com.
Right now.
The Bubba the Love Sponge Show will be back after this.
Matt, I hope you hear what Tyler got disqualified for, and you tell me your... Yeah, wait till you hear this bullshit. Is Johnny Fronto in here tomorrow?
Yes, 9 a.m. What's up, Farmer Girl? On the chip, 55 months. Dr. Vance, rejuvenation help for 39 months.
Somebody in there?
Someone's in the bathroom. One time I go to a bathroom. Let's get that in there. Talking to myself. What's up, Dirt Merchant? Probably we're loving that dirt talk. Just loving the dirt talk. Let's see here. What's up, Big Lunger? It's a good question, Felix. He doesn't really talk about it much on the show. Johnny Fatto. Oh, yeah. Johnny Fatto. Junior. Tomorrow. 9. That's right. 80. Plunger. Josh Travis, good morning. Did you win?
Hi, Kush. Hello. You praying?
What?
Are you praying?
Oh, I'm blowing the sanitizer dry.
It looks like you're praying.
I could be. To the sanitizer.
Happy Rosh Hashanah, belated.
Thank you. No, right on time.
Is it today? I thought it was Sunday, yesterday.
It
Saturday.
should be sundown to well, it's the start of the High Holy Days. You're good. You're good. You got a good 10-day window.
Oh, really? So it's the whole time?
Does Rosh Hashanah mean you can't eat certain things?
No, it's a Jewish New Year.
Okay.
It's like gefilte fish and stuff, right?
Yeah.
Matzo soup?
Matzo ball soup.
Is that good?
That's palatable.
Gross.
Isn't it tomorrow? Because I think I see it on the calendars with Walker's birthday. It says Rosh Hashanah.
Temple's tonight. It could be sundown tonight. I'm not sure. I just have temples tonight.
Do you go to temples tonight?
I'm pondering it. I could also watch it from home.
Oh, that's great.
Yeah.
Right?
I think.
Broadcasting live from the Aquabedo studios.
Aquabedo.com/Bubba.
It's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
PayPal, Venmo, Cash App, all at the Bubba Army had a huge Friday night. Your last opportunity to get your 2,400 in. So I guess everything from today would be going to next year.
That is correct.
Yeah. So, starting today, Monday, all money received, PayPal, Venmo, Cash App, Bubba Army Tips, various other places. We had, I think it was D and a Vac that just brought it right in a big envelope?
Yes, he did.
Yes, straight from Denver, first class.
Yes.
Tomorrow, so anyway, PayPal, Venmo, Cash App at the Bubba Army, and as of today, your totals will now start being credited for BARP 2026. Well, which will be actually in 27, Lummy.
Yes, that is true.
Johnny Fratto is a guy that lives, I think, like down in Fort Myers or Lee County or something like that, and he is running for the U.S. I think for a U.S. congressman in that area.
Yes, he is.
And now, Lummy, can you get a hold of? We're gonna have him in here tomorrow at 9:00. I'm super busy tomorrow. I got the Johnny Fratto deal at 9. Tell him, Lummy, he can't linger. He's got to get out of here because I got Clem Cush, right at like 10:10. And then I have a guy that I'm doing a podcast interview named Wade. He's a guest that Matt Cox had on that is really, really got an interesting story. I got him, and that's all tomorrow. And then I think I got... Yeah.
You think the guy, Johnny Fratto's going to linger? Is that why you've already got Lummy making sure that...
Well, I just can't have anybody linger.
Yeah.
All right.
Sorry.
Lingering's the worst, man.
It really is, and I'm not trying to be difficult, and I'm not trying to be a mega superstar or anything like that, but it's just like lingering is not so bad when
Paper Towel Willie, $200.
Thank you, Paper Towel Willie. That goes to next year's.
Woo.
So here's the deal. Lingering kind of sucks for us because we've done a whole entire show, and we really don't want to linger. We want you to get out of here. And because we either have another show or we have other things to do. So tomorrow, Lummy, I got Johnny Fratto at 9.
Yes.
I got Clem Cush at 10:10, and then my Craig, the guy's name's Craig. I'm not going to give you too much information on him because I'm just taping it. But I think you guys are going to find it very interesting. I'm going to put that up as an individual podcast. We're going to tape it. Gary Cantrell's going to put it together. That's at noon. And then on Wednesday at 11, I got John Rocker, right?
Yes.
And then I got the girl that you booked, the Madame of what?
Manhattan
The
Madame.
Manhattan Madame.
Yes.
And that's a me and a her one-off.
Yes.
That's next Wednesday.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
And then I got a guy named Wade, who's a Matt Cox guy. That's on Thursday the 9th. So right now, Lummy, I'm looking for a guest on the week of the 13th. So yeah, and then Lummy, you're off on the 2nd and the 3rd.
Yes, I am.
So I'm booked. So I'd like for you to actually talk to Johnny Fratto about, I think it's important, if I'm going to interview Johnny Fratto, I got to get into his dad, into his grandpa. And,
okay.
And I don't know, like, if that is...
I don't think it's a problem.
I don't think it is, but when you're running for public office and you're getting into the fact that your grandfather was one of the biggest mobsters in Chicago, period... Like one of the best, and part of I think one of the most horrific things ever done in Chicago moblam history was the St. Valentine's Day massacre, and I think his dad was linked to that too. I just want to make sure Johnny Fratto can talk about, not only his candidacy and what he wants to do as your next congressman potentially down in Lee and Collier counties, but we can get into his father who dabbled in television, and then his grandfather who was like a real live gangster.
Yes.
So could you,
I will. I'll send him a message.
I got some really big video killed the radio star news, but it's not available to talk about it yet. It's taking longer than I thought it was going to take. To get that infrastructure established. I think you guys are going to love the announcement that I have with regards to Video Killed the Radio Star. I hope to have it by tomorrow. Hello, you're on the air.
Hey, Bubba, I got an Iggy and a question for you.
All right, Joe the Supermarket.
The Iggy is on the arena situation for the 90,000. There was 60,000 in the stadium, and then across the street is the Desert Diamond Arena, and that holds 20,000. So plus all the people outside, there was a lot of room on the floor in the stadium. I mean, if you looked at it, there's tons of room for more seats. I don't know why they didn't set them up, but that's that. And as far as the whole Stephanie McMahon Undertaker thing goes, they're trying to say that Stephanie had no idea. They're trying to say that when Taker stopped right there in front of her, that she thought he was going to sing her happy birthday because her birthday was in 4 days, and that it was a total shoot. What do you think about that?
Meaning total shoot, and that he made the call, and like nobody else, it was not supposed to be a candidate, and he just made the call.
She had no idea, according to what the news is.
Well, I can see where she might potentially not have known, but with regards to, I don't know if the Taker has that kind of stroke now that it's very corporate, way more corporate. Back in the day, the Taker only had to answer to Vince. The Taker could make calls like that. I don't know that it's I don't know if it's structured that way. So Triple H went to Taker, said, "Hey man, we're going to put Stephanie in." And then Taker said, "Oh, okay, I'm going to be sitting by her in the crowd. Give me a microphone. I'll make the announcement." She has no idea.
He drove down on a motorcycle. That was one of the high spots of the pay-per-view. His out of nowhere, his American Badass music hit, and he drove down, but then he stopped right in front of her, and she's standing there clapping for him. And then he gets off the motorcycle, steps over the barricade, sits down in a seat, and says, "Oh, this is what it feels like on this side of the barricade. I never knew." And then he went on to let her know that she's being inducted into the 2026 Hall of Fame.
I mean, whether it was a shoot and she didn't know about it, or whether it was a work and they worked us all, it's good. It's good for the sport. It looked good. She deserves to be in it. And Taker's really close with her and Triple H, and I think Taker's still very, very close with her father too. So I think it works, and everybody popped on it. So I don't think it really matters whether it's a work or a shoot. I watched it, because I can't play it on the show because I'll get a copyright strike. But I watched it. It was flawless. It was great. They got a great reaction. They got a great pop. So I don't think it really matters whether it was a shoot or a work. It worked.
I agree with you completely. The reason why I ask is because breaking the fourth wall is now the cool thing in wrestling. So now we're going to see more shoot works than we're going to really draw the line between what's real and what isn't.
So
I
now
wanted your opinion.
So now we've broken the four. What's the four walls?
Breaking the fourth wall is basically tearing down the fact that wrestling isn't real, like staring into the camera when you're cutting a promo. Stupid things like that really make you see that. Like
that ship,
for example,
that ship has already sailed, my friend. Please.
Like when the Click did the send off in Madison Square Garden with Scott Hall and Diesel and Shawn Michaels, like when they all hugged in the center of the ring before they went off to WCW.
Like I said,
that was breaking the fourth wall.
Yeah, well, the fourth wall's been broken long before today's world. So yeah, I mean that ship has sailed a long time ago.
Cool. Well, thanks for your opinion. You guys have a great show. God bless.
Appreciate it. So let me tell you about my son's disqualification at Volusia, and this is, if this was a Top Gun. See, you have two people here that could have made this decision. The track could have made it, or the sanctioning body, which is the Top Gun 360 Sprint Car Series, which is why I'll never have them at my track.
Big E 7375, $100.
Thank you. If I ever do a 360 wing sprint car show, I'll just do it, Tranks, Bubba Army sanctioned, and use the same Top Gun rules, but I won't have the Top Gun officials there. I'll just do it myself. So if you know anything about sprint cars, and this is going to be boring to some people, but let me just explain how my son got screwed, and I'm not even trying to say that, if this was anybody else out there, I would have felt the same way. Like Nick Snyder, for instance, he was racing, and Brandon Gruball, and there were some other racers. Some guy from out of town in North Carolina ended up winning. If it had happened to him, if it had happened to any racer other than my son, I would have the same position. But sprint cars, and Dan, you've driven one before, on your right-hand side is a lever. And a sprint car is either in gear or it's out of gear.
Right. It's direct drive.
It's direct drive.
No training.
It's direct. It's one-on-one direct. You're either in gear or out of gear. And the way they start them is that they put them in gear, which locks the transmission and the back wheels up, and then they get a pickup truck to push you, and the car fires through the motor. You throwing gasoline, you turn your gas as they're pushing you, and you get a little bit up to speed, like 20, 25 mile an hour. You then turn your gas on, and then you hit your ignition switch, and usually, poof, it fires. Now, at that point, you can't take your car out of gear until the race is over. And when the race is over, you take it out of gear, and you can either hobble it back and to your pits, or you can take it out of gear somewhere on the track, and a push truck will come and push you back to your pits. And the rules of local and or national short track racing is nobody, no crew, nobody's allowed on the track in any conditions. Only track personnel, and that's kind of the Kevin Ward rule, where or if you are in a wreck or your car's dead, or you wreck, you're to stay in your car or close to your car and not try to get heat with the guy that spun you out. But your crew, your pit crew, stays off the track. Even if you got in the worst wreck ever, your pit crew has to stay off the track so that the track personnel can work on getting the wreck cleaned up, work on getting you necessary medical services, the ambulance is there. You just can't have your crew in there dabbling around, getting in the way. And whether it's NASCAR or whether it's, Eldora or whether it's William Grove or whether it's, Bubba Raceway Park, Ocala Speedway, it doesn't matter. Everybody has the same rule. Your crew cannot be on the track. So Tyler Lummy goes to push off for his heat race.
Okay.
And they notice that in the pits, that the car won't stay in gear. There's obviously something wrong with the lever, and it keeps popping out of gear. So Dan, what they do is, because now you got 17 you got a bunch of cars that are out there pushing their way to the track. You've got to rig up something. So they took a zip tie and they permanently zip tied it in gear. Okay? That's all you need. Now, what you're going to have to do is once the race is over, you're going to have to, it's going to be an abrupt stop, and it's not necessarily good for the motor or the drivetrain. It's better to pop it out of gear and then turn the motor off. It's not good for you to lug the motor down to where it turns itself off, in gear. That's not good. So Tyler, they zip tie his car in gear. They push him off. He's running around there. I don't know what he got in his heat. I think he got second or third in his heat, which means he would have started like fourth for the feature. But as he's rolling around the track there, Dan, he can't get his car out of gear and go into the pits like everybody else can. Everybody else can kind of bump your car out of gear. You can kind of bump it out of gear, and then it'll kind of roll and you can, navigate it to where you need to go. Well, Tyler's car ends up dead in turn 4 because he had, for various cars that are moving around and the guy that's in victory lane, Tyler didn't want to whiz by victory lane, so he stops his car in turn 4. It's permanently in gear now. So the wrecker comes behind him, the crew, the track crew, and they go to push Tyler, and Tyler waves him off and says, no. My car's permanently in gear. You guys need to go get some snips or some, or a knife or a razor knife or something. I got to cut this wire tie off in order for you guys to be able to push me freely to get back to my pits. Well, Wesley and Robbie, who is his car owners, they're in the infield, Dan, and they have these wire tire cutter. They have these tie cutters, and they're right there on the infield. And the wrecker crew, they don't have any wire snips. They don't. So they're radioing to everybody. Anybody got any wire snips? Anybody got any wire? Well, Wesley and Robbie pull up to the car and they're like, here are the wire snips. And at that point, the crew, the tow truck guy goes, well, you guys just go ahead and push, snip him out of gear and then push him back to his spot. They DQ'd the track, or the sanctioning body DQ'd my son because Robbie and Wesley pushed him back to his pits because they were the only ones that had the tie snips in order to get his car out of gear. And so Tyler's getting ready. I think he goes to look at the lineup where he starts for the feature. He thinks he's supposed to start 4th or 5th, and they're down. They have a DQ by his name, and he starts 18th.
Jeez.
And they're like, well, your pit crew came on the track, and that's illegal.
Yeah, rules is rules. It's what separates us from the animals.
You agree with that?
No, I think it's BS. I think it's over application of the rule. I understand it. I thought he was going to get faulted for having the zip tie, not for having his crew come in.
But hold on. Here's the thing, is that the wrecker guys radioed to other wrecker guys, and nobody had any wire snips. Nobody had any. And so Wesley and Robbie are on the edge of the track, and the wrecker guy goes, you guys got it? And they're like, yeah, we got it right here. And they're like, well, you just go ahead and cut them and roll them in. So they did what they were told, but
that's BS.
It's against the rules. So Anywhere he started 18th and got up to second, and I'm very proud of him.
Awesome.
I was gonna go, but I'm like, I just need to settle down a little bit. let things happen organically.
Very just gonna, like, bump into him at the mall.
What's that?
What's organic? Are you just gonna bump into him at the mall? Some random at a country music concert?
Let's just move on. Move on.
Okay.
Yeah, everything's good. Everything's great.
The very angry, mean Biden. You know, Biden was always.
Here's what I understand. And Love and I were talking about it as we were getting ready for today's show. President Trump delivers remarks at the American Counterstone Institution Founders Dinner. So, like, you're the president. You beat Biden by, like, you crushed him. Why look back and make fun of a guy that's probably literally already in bed and pooping his pants? Why? Why do you always find it necessary to take a hack at the guy when there's so many other things that we could be talking about? Our country is in shambles right now with Trump sending. And listen, I think that some of these National Guard, places that he's sending the National Guard, Memphis and various other, I think is needed. I think some of these cities are out of control, and I think that it's neat. We got so many other things to talk about. Why you got to do this?
The very angry, mean Biden. You know, Biden was always a mean guy, but never a smart guy. You know, even you go back 30 years ago, 40 years ago, he was a stupid guy, but he was always a mean son of a bitch, you know? How's it working? Not working too well for him right now, as it says. So when you start feeling sorry for him, remember, he was a bad guy.
Let me don't forget, and I got them on right now. I haven't taken them off. I need to get some more. I wear them every day, and that's my LM Clothes, Tommy Bahama 3X Willies.
Yes.
Got them on as we speak, and LM Clothes $250 on the PayPal. Nice. Thank you, LM Clothes.
Remember, he was a bad guy, and I created the
now, Dan,
very angry.
Can you see where I'm coming from? Like.
Oh yeah,
I mean,
it'd be like you having like a 10-year hard on for Calta.
Yeah, but I've not defeated him.
Haven't you? You sort of have. You sort of have, dude.
But
you have. Yeah. He's a zombie. He's a zombie.
He's still got a job.
Walking Dead.
And that's not been that chapter of my life is still open. And I just think that Trump, any opportunity he's got to take a shot at anybody that he's defeated, I think that he needs to. I think he would be so much more of a good president if he would actually address the issues that Americans are concerned about. We're concerned about the Ukrainian-Russian conflict. We're concerned about the Israeli situation. We're concerned about the various violence in cities. We're concerned about school shootings. We're concerned about the weaponization of the opposite political party, and how now, instead of having a discourse and debate, we kill you. We'll kill you. That's what I mean. We are right now at a critical tipping point. This is I can't even tell you. Well, probably. Let me Captain Creamsicle 200 on the Cash App. Everybody's trying to get that 2025 money in, 2026 money in.
Yeah.
I mean, I can't. Who was the last political talking head that got assassinated? Would it have been Martin Luther King? Would it have been Bobby Kennedy? Would it have been Malcolm X? Who was the last very popular political person to have gotten assassinated besides Charlie Kirk?
It's got to be MLK, right?
Come on, there's been people between the two.
I mean, you're Johnny Smarty Pants.
I'm not a history major.
I'm just saying.
But you know what? I do agree that Trump's getting repetitive.
Very repetitive.
He's very repetitive.
And here's the deal. I mean, like, I voted for the guy, but he could be doing so much good right now. He's better than this. He could be doing so much good right now. Instead of cutting one-liner jokes about how much Joe Biden sucks, and of course he's on the big Jimmy Kimmel deal too. These people have already met their fate. You don't have to remind Americans about it.
Well, when I look at Jimmy Kimmel, he had no talent. He was a crazy. I don't know if you remember, I did a Truth before he gave out the Best Picture Award in the Academy Awards. He hosted it. He did a terrible job. I said, what a terrible job he did. He's the worst host in Academy history. And this was during the show, and he saw it. And just before the climax of the whole show, like Best Picture or Best Actor, whatever it was, he read my Truth, saying about how bad he was. And then, I dispute this. It was the craziest thing I've ever seen. His wife was begging him not to do it. His agent was begging him not to do it. There's something wrong with the guy. When I look at Fallon, he's the most insecure-looking person I've ever seen on television. And the other one, Colbert, who just got canceled, as you know, just terrible. And it's 100, think of this, it's 100% bad about Trump. They don't say it's anything good. Even conservatives.
No, it's really not. It's about the fact that the show cost $100 million to produce, and it's losing 40 to 50 million a year.
Yeah.
That's what it's about. Now, yeah, there's some Trump overtones. Sure. Undertones, I should say. Overtures. There's something to do with Donald Trump when these people are getting canceled. Sure, there is. But, you know, the networks are bleeding 40 to 60 million a year, and legacy television and the late night template, that ship has sailed. Nobody stays up until 11:30 anymore to watch a guy, you know, whether it be a Jay Leno, a Johnny Carson, or a David Letterman, and you know what, the medium, if you will, died with those dudes when you didn't have, you know, everything that you ever wanted and more on your phone, and you actually had to sit your big ass down on your couch or your recliner and watch these people to be entertained at night. There's so much competition in streaming. I mean, I'd rather watch Tulsa King than Stephen Colbert.
Yep.
I'd rather watch, you know, the morning show on Apple TV than Jimmy Fallon or Jimmy Kimmel. None of those people don't care about anymore. And they all have $15 to $30 million salaries. And so Trump needs to stop worrying about them. You don't have to remind the American public how much they suck. The amount of money that the networks are losing, the amount of advertisers that pulled when Jimmy Kimmel made his monologue about Charlie Kirk. You know, I don't think that you need to get involved and you need to start rehashing this.
Somebody said I think in 2 years, 2 or 3 of them, maybe all 3 of them, they never even spoke to a Republican or conservative. It's one of the reasons they do so badly, because they don't realize what's happening. But when you look at these shows and when you look at how untalented they are, I could get people off the street to do a better job than Colbert. He's terrible. He's terrible. And it's not because he says bad things. I don't watch it. Purposely, I don't watch it, but I don't find it.
I wish somebody could say, you need to burn a timeout, buddy. And you need to not worry about this. There are so many other things going on in our country for you to keep late night talk show hosts score.
I think he was asked the question. I don't think he brought it up. I think the interviewer asked him the question, and I think he's trying to diffuse the argument of him censoring and replace it with the argument that he sucked and it was a financial decision. But before he said anything, the sub and the affiliates were already canceling.
Enjoy it.
Yeah, blame that.
Well, that's what he's trying to say. That's what he's trying to say. It's like, listen, even though I don't like him,
he's not said it one time. He's not said it one time.
He's trying to
highlight how bad. He's not said it one time.
And I think
he's
also
not said that these guys were bleeding 40 and 50 million a year. He's not said that.
He didn't say it in this interview, but he said it in other interviews. I've actually heard him say it.
I've not seen it. Well, I don't find him good. I don't find any of the three.
That's not your. You're not the judge of what's good and bad.
But Bubba, if they had really funny late night television people, there'd be more people listening. Just the fact that Jimmy Fallon sort of stopped becoming funny, and I think Colbert and Kimmel were never funny. But if they had a really hilarious guy doing it, people would watch it.
Get people off the street right now. You and I could walk outside of the beautiful White House.
And guess what? It's not the president's business.
Yeah, should Trump even really care about
He
it?
should, yeah. Like it's. You're right. If they had somebody that was out there killing it, great. But Trump doesn't need to be the expert on the talent level of late night talk shows. That is way the last thing he needs to worry about. If we were a perfect society and everything was going great, then infuse yourself into the talent levels that potential talk show hosts have. You know, you already got your FCC all churned up. It's just a real slippery slope and not a good look.
Walk down the street. I could look at some people and they would do better in ratings and they would have more talent than any of those three guys.
That'd be a good bit for our new show.
Well, we could do it. Let's do it sometime. I mean, actually, we can do it now because Washington, D.C. is safe. See, that was a good way of getting into that. But no.
We talked about the things he's doing. He just
likes to wrap it around.
It was a segue.
Yeah. When I return, they're saying now that if you are going to have a Pentagon journalist pass, I think this is good and bad. I don't think you just need journalists running around the penthouse. I'm sorry, running around the Pentagon willy-nilly. But I also don't think that you should have to have your story approved by somebody within the government. That's a slippery slope. When now the government potentially is okaying or not okaying potential stories, and I guess if you write a story that's not approved, then you get your credentials taken. Again, I think we're in a really slippery slope with regards to censorship here. We'll do that next. Stand by.
Want to listen to the show on demand and on the go? Enlist today at BubbaArmyHQ.com. Sign up and start listening. The Bubba the Love Sponge Show will be back after this.
Ooh,
Who's up there?
Me and Macho.
Okay.
Paper Towel Willie, Captain Creamsicle, Big E. Hello. Good? Good? You good? 1, 2, 3, 4. Test. Test 1, 2, 3. Hippo. Stop and go, Steve. All right.
Hey, Mach.
I just went into
I'm going to play the video Kill the Radio Star bumper in.
Okay.
Listen to your heart. Any news on the $10,000 It's 420?
No, he
disappeared?
He hadn't talked to his partners on how he wanted to spread it out. He didn't know if he wanted to invest in 10,000 all at once.
Exactly.
Then he started talking 6-month deal.
Yeah. I'm going to go into video Kill the Radio Star trailer too.
Okay. Alright. Making sure. So.
By the way, would you count Tupac as an assassination? Because that's recent.
Yeah,
I'm just telling you, he came up on my search.
Yeah, but I don't know about political. But yeah, I would. Yeah,
He's on the same list as Abraham Lincoln.
Really?
Who is?
Tupac.
Is Biggie on there too?
I didn't see him.
What list is this? He and Abraham Lincoln made?
I think they were assassinated.
Oh. He called.
Broadcasting live from the Aquabito studios, aquabito.com/Bubba. It's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
Hulk Hogan filed 2 lawsuits today against Heather Clem and her ex-husband, Bubba the Love Sponge.
You did what? You let your wife have sex with Hogan? I was like, well, how the hell did somebody get a hold of that tape?
And you didn't know you'd been videoed?
No, I had no idea there was a camera set up.
The video somehow got into the hands of Gawker Media.
Who the hell leaked this?
Right. Now you say,
That's
listen,
the problem.
I guess he feels you leaked it.
Are you stupid?
At that point, I knew it was over. News channels reported his best friend leaked the tape.
The allegation that Bubba was the one that released this tape is ludicrous.
Hogan knows Bubba didn't sell that tape, didn't give that tape away. It was stolen from him.
This conduct is rife with criminal activity.
Davidson wrote the confidential settlement agreement saying the sex video would be handed over if Hogan paid his client $300,000. Hogan's attorney called the FBI.
You go back to Keith Davidson and you go, well, what was Keith Davidson's relationship to Cohen and how long did they know each other?
I think the FBI was probably looking at Michael Cohen to find any potential crime to get him to make false testimony against Donald Trump.
The feds have videotapes of it where Hulk Hogan was in a room next to it and money is being offered for the tape. You have a case on a silver platter served to the prosecutor.
Keith Davidson is cooperating with federal authorities who are investigating Trump attorney Michael Cohen.
Keith Davidson, he tipped them as to the potential value of Cohen to get off of himself.
Keith Davidson doesn't get charged. He knows Cohen. Cohen miraculously flips. Cohen testifies against Trump. How do we get there? Pull the string. Bubba?
I'm telling you, you guys you're just scratching the surface.
Doesn't take a rocket science in this case to know something happened, and it all started right here with Bubba.
Boom. Look at that downstream, Willie. It tells the whole entire story right there. Boom. Oh, my bad. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Seems like everybody's really liked it so far.
Yeah, it's got a 9. I think it's got a 9.5 on the IMDb.
Nice.
That's great.
And I think the Woltz film people just registered with the Rotten Tomatoes. You got to register with them.
Oh, jeez.
So, yeah, you got to register with them for them to be able to tell you how much you suck.
Are we taking this to film festivals, Bubba, this
I don't
fall?
know. I don't know. I mean, that's something you should probably get a hold of Ian and
let's go to con.
And the people that can make those decisions, not me.
Okay, all right.
But I think we should.
There's like a Tribeca one. There's cons. There's all sorts of all around the world.
Oh, it's at 9.7 now on the IMDb rating.
Is it really?
Yeah, it went up. It looks like someone just rated it.
We need to
couple people.
I need to probably put that on our various, have Gary and those guys put that, like, hey, look what's scoring a 9.7 on the IMDb deal. Video killed the radio star, which I can't think that the information that I have will not be available by tomorrow. Like, God. Welcome to my world and the slowness of how things happen when you're dealing with aggregators. And
your people got to stop telling you stuff.
Well, no,
that's the thing.
They told him too early.
Yeah, because now he's been itching for a week, and now he's getting mad at them. And who knows what they told him in the first place?
They told me on. I'm not even going to get into it. I'm not even going to get into it.
It's better off that way
because it's supposed to be done by now. It's supposed to be done by now. So I hope it's done tomorrow because I'm going to make a really big deal about it, and I think it's going to make a huge difference. I think a lot of people that may not have gone out and got this and I think there's a lot of people that want to watch it and they just haven't got around to it or not. I think after tomorrow and the information I have to tell you, you're like, man, I am watching this. It is a big, big thing.
The Pentagon will now require credentialed journalists to sign a pledge to refrain from reporting on stories that have not been authorized for release, including unclassified information.
Now, what does that mean? What did that guy just say?
That just meant that everything that comes out of the Pentagon's got to get screened, which kind of happens during war times anyway.
To refrain from reporting on stories that have not been authorized for release, including unclassified information.
But isn't that kind of like going against free speech and the journalistic side of free speech? I mean, the Pentagon, they have several different mechanisms, Dans, where if you put something, out there that's liable or defamatory or slanderous or could jeopardize, public safety or something like that, I'm sure that the Pentagon has plenty of mechanisms to really, 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 really string you up if you write an article that could potentially put, Americans at risk.
However, over the last 15, 20 years, there's been lots of stories coming out of the Pentagon that were not good for the Pentagon that probably wished it had stopped the stories before they got out. So,
but now we're stopping stories. I mean, there's probably on the other side of the thing, Dan, there's probably some stories that have come out that were really good for America in the fact that we needed to know this. And I don't necessarily know the government was going to tell us this had it not. Like WikiLeaks.
But did those stories come out of the Pentagon from Pentagon reporters?
I don't know.
So what they're saying is like if you're a Pentagon reporter, you can't let out secrets, which is not unreasonable. Just like if you were, behind the scenes at Hewlett Packard, you can't tell our secrets. We want to know what's happening. You have an NDA sort of, and I understand that. I think if someone was in Europe and they saw two soldiers doing something bad, there's no screening or censorship of that. It's just saying if you're coming into our building and you're seeing us behind the curtains and you're seeing how the sausage is made, before you go out and tell the world what's going on, we're going to just take a look at it. I don't know that that's unreasonable. But if you had someone in here that was a reporter,
don't even try to make me the same as the Pentagon. This is a radius. This is the furthest. Hold on. This is the furthest thing from the Pentagon. 1 and 2. I do have people leak stories and cause havoc here. There's several different forums that leak stories and inside information and things like that. So I don't think that. And you know what? Nothing that gets leaked out of here could destroy our country. It could destroy me, but it has nothing to do.
We can destroy a small city, though.
Yeah, I mean, it has nothing to do with the safety of our country, the United States of America. So you can't compare me to the Pentagon.
Does this have to do with aliens? Did too much alien information leak out?
No, I don't know where this comes from, other than just trying to lock everything down, and I really have a problem with that.
The newly named Department of War detailed in a 17-page memo that journalists who do not abide by the new policy will risk losing their access. The new restrictions come as the Trump administration beefs up its attacks on the media landscape. Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth stated that reporters will also no longer be allowed to freely roam the halls, adding that they must either follow the rules or go home.
Which I don't have a problem with that. I don't think that there should be a bunch of journalists roaming the halls looking for some inside scoop. But for the journalists that are accredited to do various interviews and write about the inner workings of the Pentagon, I don't think that their stuff should be pre-screened and they have to go through some type of censorship. I think this is a very slippery slope. We can't necessarily control everything.
Journalists have denounced the new measures as unconstitutional, calling them an attack on the First Amendment, which guarantees freedom of the press.
Let's not forget that part of the First Amendment isn't freedom of speech, but it's freedom of the press. That's another part of the First Amendment that I think a lot of people forget. It's not just a freedom of you and I be able to speak freely about whatever, anything short of, saying fire in a crowded movie theater or threatening the president's health or death or anything like that, but it's the freedom of that journalist who has a scoop on something to write about it. That should be as protected as everything else. Well, it is.
But Bubba, if you're a journalist and you're in the Pentagon and you catch winds by design or accidentally of some top secret stuff, should that be printed? Because you were invited in there and somehow you had unintended access to a story that you shouldn't have been around because it's top secret. That shouldn't be screened.
I should be able to let it rip.
Okay.
And then if then we have mechanisms that kick into effect if I have overstepped my boundaries and caused, whether it's espionage or whether it's, treason, or there's all types of different rules and regulations. Now, that also, makes you as a journalist to have to be intellectually you have to be honest and fair and not make stuff up on what you're reporting. And if you do make stuff up that jeopardizes the safety of our country, I'm sure we have plenty of mechanisms that kick in. Listen, we haven't had any of this before. Why do we have to have it now?
Whoa, Bubba. I'm not trying to counter program at all, and I'm not just trying to wear a red MAGA hat. But let's just talk about two things real fast. First of all, the Council for Responsible Media, formed under the Biden administration to start censorship, and also all past wars
that didn't get passed, by the way.
But also all past wars.
Hold on, though.
Okay.
The first thing that you mentioned didn't get passed.
It was passed. It just isn't around anymore.
Okay.
And the other thing is during every war, the government's very tight-lipped about what's going on in the military.
I have no problem with that.
It was probably under a different name, but I'm sure they had the exact same thing during World War II and during Vietnam.
Do you remember she lasted 3 days under the Biden administration? Yeah. She was some bull-dyking-looking bitch, and she was going to be the minister of misinformation?
Yes.
How did that work? Well, you know what? This is the same thing, but repackaged. This is the same thing, just more smartly and creatively repackaged. That's what this is. Not making a whole department of the Minister of Misinformation, but instead holding, the journalists, making you have to read or censor or approve of journalists that are writing stories about the activities that are happening in the Pentagon. Now those stories have to be read and approved before released. We had, under Biden, the Minister of Misinformation, and she got thrown on her ass in 3 days. This is the same thing, just well more massaged, if you will, so that the American public would digest it easier than just calling it the Minister of Misinformation.
Well, they're saying that they just want you to sign a piece of paper saying you won't publish classified information.
Okay, but
is that unreasonable?
No, but
don't publish it if it's classified.
But what's classified and not classified?
That's why they want to take a look at it to say, hey, wait a second. That was classified. Oh, it was? I didn't realize it was classified. I was in the room. I happened to see it. They're not saying to these people, don't write an article about the media
or
about the government.
They're saying write an article, and we're going to go ahead and read it, and we're going to tell you whether you can release that article or not. That's how I interpret this. That's what they're saying. Write an article, write 10, but all 10 are going to go through our checks and balances before we let them out, in fear that you might let out some secret stuff. Well, I mean, I'm sure that there's been many people let out some secret stuff all the time, and we've been able to survive that. And I feel like it's almost like these journalists are having to do their homework and get graded by their teacher before they can, they can publish by whatever journalistic place they work for.
Well, what if you write a story and they strike it down, but then they give you another story so you don't have to do more work?
Oh, that's what that, or they give you another story that's completely opposite on the trail that you're on to get you off the trail.
Well, I don't want to waste my time doing work that's not going to get published. So I'm just saying, if I give them something that doesn't work, you give me something in return that I can use.
I think if you are a journalist that's been approved to be in the Pentagon, and they don't like what you're writing, they can pull your credentials and you can no longer have access to that. But as far as me having to turn in my work, them read it, check off that it's okay, to me is just really not the way our country was framed to be.
Well, I mean, what's stopping them from the journalists that they say they don't want to lose their credentials could just pass it off to someone else that could publish it?
Yeah, I mean,
on the cross, our Savior.
This is we're going to start covering the Charlie Kirk memorial, and this is his wife, and this was probably the high spot of it all.
On the cross, our Savior said, "Father, forgive them, for they not know what they do." That man, that young man, I forgive him.
Man, you're a better person than me. Because I could never, ever. I'm wired different, just like a lot of you probably are wired the same way I am. And that is, I'm sorry, I don't care what scripture says or who I'm supposed to be paying attention to. I could not forgive a person that gunned down my spouse for their words that they speak. Not because they went and did anything physical or hurt your family in any way or even hurt you personally in any way. They just have a difference of opinion. That's all the guy was guilty of. She's a better person than me.
I forgive him because it was what Christ did and is what Charlie would do. The answer to hate is not hate. God's love was revealed to me on the very day my husband was murdered. On the afternoon of September 10th, I arrived at a Utah hospital to do the unthinkable, to look directly at my husband's murdered body. I saw the wound that ended his life. I felt everything you would expect to feel. I felt shock. I felt horror and a level of heartache that I didn't even know existed. But there was something else too. Even in death, I could see the man that I love. I also saw this. I also saw on his lips the faintest smile. And that told me something important. It revealed to me a great mercy from God in this tragedy. When I saw that, it told me Charlie didn't suffer. Even the doctor told me. It was something so instant that even if Charlie had been shot in the operating room itself,
they couldn't have fixed it.
Nothing could have been done.
What a great person. What a better person than me. I just couldn't. I'd be like, I want to go out and kill that person.
She was remarkably calm during this presentation.
Very well spoken. Very well tempered.
Mm-hmm.
And here's more coverage.
While Charlie died far too early, he was also ready to die. He left this world without regrets.
Now, they already announced that they're continuing Turning Point.
Oh, yeah,
right?
yes.
Oh, it's growing.
Yeah.
And I don't think you can ever replace Charlie Kirk. But, is Alex going to step in and are they going to continue the format of debating people? Or, I think really you could do that. This is just my opinion, and everybody else step in with yours. But I think you could do that as long as it's just in a more controlled atmosphere. And, most of these colleges have, even smaller colleges, have venues that can put, on the low end, 1,500 to 2,500, auditoriums, basketball, where they play basketball.
Yeah.
I think most colleges have, some of them have facilities, 18, 19,000. But on the lower end, whether it be their theater or whether it be their events center, I think that even the smallest of schools have a venue that's, 2,000 people. And so they take it inside where they, really, really, really can screen people. And I don't think that you can get in the type of instrument that was used to take Charlie's life in an inside controlled, everybody pre-screened, get there an hour before, because the lines might be long, because we're going to metal detector, we're going to look in your purse, we're going to look in your backpack. In fact, I would say that backpacks aren't allowed. Just a small personal duffel bag or something, just whatever. Like you put some rules on it.
Yeah.
And you continue the format with people like, I don't know, Candace Owens or Alex Stein or who's the Ben Shapiro.
Candace Owens wasn't invited to the memorial yesterday.
She wasn't?
Yeah.
No.
She's really jumped the shark on a lot of people.
Really?
Yeah.
He did 100%.
Now, has she tried to jump on the Charlie Kirk tip since he's been dead? And she was a little bit more of a proponent when he was alive, because the things that I've seen her say have all been kind of pro Charlie Kirk. Has that happened just since his death? So she's trying to get like maybe a rub or something?
No, she was friends with him before this, but people just said her views are just so far out there.
All right.
And she's been really into the conspiracy theories too.
Yeah.
Which still there's still resonating in my head.
Let's get and let's look into that a little bit. You got like 3.
Mm-hmm.
You got one that I believe, and I think that is being investigated, and it's what they're going with, and that is he was shot with a 30-06, approximately 200 yards or maybe 200 feet. I've heard conflicting reports. Straight on, that happened to get his jugular or his what's that, carotid artery, and it was the Tyler, is it Robinson?
Mm-hmm.
Tyler Robinson guy. And, you know, the only help he may or may not have might have been his roommate, who I don't think really participated in much. And he was turned into by his father after speaking to the priest. And that's it. Then you got this cell phone side shot Willie. You got that conspiracy theory. And then you got another one that has him, a guy was in which would have been Charlie's right side, which would have been stage left, Charlie's right side, like an upper balcony stairwell that came in that way. And the bullet came in on Charlie's which would have been Charlie's right trap-ish, severed his spine, and blew out his, carotid artery area. And, and then
the guy in the front that had his hand on the railing that had the possible palm gun.
Oh, I've not heard the palm gun.
The front left.
So
he had his hand on the railing, right? He was really the front person, and it was in the direction of the hole. So it would be front left, like 10 o'clock position for Charlie.
Is there anybody from Seth to Macho to whoever, is there anybody that believes anything other than the Tyler Robinson scenario?
No.
I don't either.
Dr. Dan?
Well, I don't know that it's all that cut and dry. I don't know how a 30-06 doesn't penetrate a person. They're saying now that the doctor that examined him said it's a miracle. He's got bones that stop a 30-06 where elk and moose bones don't stop it, but Charlie's skinny little neck bone stopped it.
I mean, could he have had a low grain 30-06?
A low grain's going to have even more power, Bubba. It's going to go even faster. So a 30-06 is going to go right through a human every single time, pretty much.
Even if it's shot
at 150 yards,
at a side angle on the side of the neck,
which would make it even more likely to go through.
That rattles around his spine. And now, did they find the bullet?
Yeah, they said it was still lodged in his neck. So I don't know how a 30-06 from 150 yards away on a human is going to stay lodged in the neck. A 9, a 380.
What bullet did they recover?
They say they found the round.
As part of the autopsy, they found the round?
They said they found the round in his neck.
Okay.
So,
I'm with Seth. I believe the Tyler Robinson, straight on, don't know what type of help he may or may not had. Maybe the grandpa. I don't think the grandpa guy who tried to distract the authorities so that the killer could get away was working in concert with Tyler. I don't think he was. I just think grandpa wanted to be a problem for a little bit so that the shooter could get away. I don't think him and Tyler had any connection at all. So I'm pretty much, call me stupid, but I'm pretty much kind of digesting and believing the way this happened, the way they're giving it to me. I mean, that's my opinion.
But I want you to know something. Charlie died with incomplete work, but not with unfinished business.
Indeed, Charlie was killed for expressing the very ideas that virtually everyone in this arena and most other places throughout our country deeply believed in. But the assassin failed in his quest because Charlie's message has not been silenced. It now is bigger and better and stronger than ever before, and it's not even close.
When I see Erica and her strength and her courage, I'm reminded of a famous expression. The storm whispers to the warrior that you cannot withstand my strength. And the warrior whispers back, I am the storm. Erica is the storm. We are the storm.
His legacy must be that when they took his life, 1 million more Charlies stepped up to fill the void.
My friends, for Charlie, we must remember that he is a hero to the United States of America and he is a martyr for the Christian faith. May our Heavenly Father give us the courage to live as Charlie lived. That is what we must do for Charlie. You ran a good race, my friend. I love you. We've got it from here.
My husband, Charlie, he wanted to save young men, just like the one who took his life. I forgive him because it was what Christ did and is what Charlie would do. The answer to hate is not hate. The answer we know from the gospel is love, and always love. Love for our enemies and love for those who persecute us.
The lesson of Charlie's life is that you should never underestimate what one person can do with a good heart, a righteous cause, a cheerful spirit, and the will to fight, fight, fight. Have to fight.
So,
yeah, they're still going to do the campus tours with debates and everything. So,
why was he killed?
Elon Musk.
He was killed because his words made a difference. Because he was showing people the light, and he was killed by the dark.
Thank you, sir. Why was he killed?
Quite the visionary.
And usually when you kill someone like that influential, you amplify their message. You don't suppress it.
Oh, I think this is going to rally young Republicans or the younger generation of that are in the liberal arts of college. And I think it's going to be, no pun intended or no disrespect intended, a shot that's heard all over the world that is going to rally people for that side. And I think that the other side has a real problem. They have a real problem, and they should be into crisis control mode right now on how to persuade the American public that this was, not a political situation. This indeed was a hate crime, a political hate crime. And nobody, regardless of what you say, should be killed for your words. I'm just worried with regards to Charlie Kirk having been killed for his words, and now the federal government is trying to lock down, and the crazy lunatic that runs the FCC wants to start breathing down legacy media or other forms of the media and use this much like they did. Listen, let's not forget that, I was a victim of the 2004 incident known as the Janet Jackson, Justin Timberlake Nipplegate. And the Republicans, which it's the same exact recipe At that time, it was a Republican-led House and Senate and President that went on this FCC witch hunt for indecency and obscenity. Now, I don't think that necessarily is their hot button right now. I think the FCC's not going to worry about indecency or obscenity. They're just going to worry about any words that are spoken on FCC terrestrial radio, cable, and or TV, and they're going to dabble in it, and they're going to use this moment as standing to get more involved in it. And it's going to be even more scary, which is why I'm glad that we are becoming less and less involved in that world and more on streaming. I don't think they can do it to streaming because it's not, I don't think streaming is controlled by the FCC.
No, streaming was censored when the government threatened the streaming platforms that they would shut them down if they didn't stop the messages they didn't like. It was a different mechanism. It's all, to some extent, censorship.
Right.
But it depends. If your national security advisor calls Facebook and says, I don't want this, and this to be posted anymore, then yeah, that's censoring.
And listen,
that's absolutely censoring.
Let's not forget, I'm trying to play it right down the middle and fair. Zuckerberg and others testified, I'm really, really concerned with where Trump's FCC may go with this and with regards to free speech and quelling the First Amendment. But let's not forget, under Joe Biden's FCC and under Joe Biden's government, there was testimony on everything from the people that owned X, Twitter before Elon, Instagram, Facebook, Meta, that the government, the Joe Biden-led government, would tell them what to publish and what not to publish and to lean on or cancel conservative-leaning streamers and or content providers. So it's on both sides of the fence. I just hope that this unbelievable, most tragic of tragedies doesn't send the federal government so far off the deep end that we're going to actually have to worry about censorship in what we do. I could care less about the terrestrial guys. Good luck to you fellas. You're so far on. You guys are so far under a microscope right now.
I think they're going to start to go back to if they're worried about late night talk show hosts. Do you really think that they're going to go messing with local radio people? I feel like they're trying to. I feel like they would try to go bigger if they were trying to censor or rip people off the airwaves.
Here's the thing, Seth. I'm going to say something you might agree and you might not. But I think local radio guys are so far low on the rung of importance right now, when it was a different time when we were around, with Rush Limbaugh being the juggernaut that he was, me, Howard Stern. There were some major franchises that were highly syndicated that could spew obscenity and indecency, and we were a lot higher on the ladder of the rungs of the ladder than lowly radio guys now. I think lowly radio guys now, quite frankly, are barely on the radar.
Yeah, I mean, unless there was some sort of I don't know, like Rush Limbaugh type figure that they were trying to silence. I don't really know who there is to go after.
I agree because terrestrial radio has ran off all of its stars.
I'd imagine too, Bubba. If they're getting around to it, they're probably going to try to figure out how to monitor or how to control streaming more so than they would be about going back and messing with the AM/FM.
I think you're right. I think that this,
because that's the present and the future,
right? And I just, how do they get their little meaty hands into this,
where they can regulate it
into this space and watch that? I will flip out if they now are going to probably start trying to regulate streaming.
No, you got 20 years, I think.
You think so?
Oh, yeah.
I won't even be around, man.
If you want 24/7 on-demand Bubba and the crew, go to BubbaArmyHQ.com.
Right now.
The Bubba the Love Sponge Show will be back after this.
Legalize comedy. God, I gotta fucking stop pissing.
Pissing?
It's really interfering with my life. Oh, hey, Jay. Good morning.
Morning, Bubba.
What's up, Jay?
How are you?
Good.
Casual Monday? No, I got a big mediation. I gotta go home, shower, shave, get my suit, and get ready.
Big mediation today?
Yeah. I just was at Parents' Weekend this weekend, so I'm a little, dragging a little
You're
ass.
a little dragging a little ass?
Yeah. My son had me doing Y-bomb shots, which is a Red Bull where they take part of it out, they put a shot of vodka in it, and then you do a shot of red, but it's like you funnel it. Not funnel it, shotgun it.
Is Dan in here?
No, just me and you.
See if you ever heard of these fucking...
Justice. I am sentencing this defendant to 2 years probation. Defendant shall provide a DNA sample. The only condition I'm placing, sir, is that you have no contact with the victim with the initials of AD. You, sir, have 35 days to appeal this sentence today. Do you understand that?
Sounds like a fucking zoo outside.
What's up?
Yes.
Dirk Merchant, Kevin Fletcher, good morning, everyone.
There's nasty.
Carlos. Felix.
What's going on,
how's
Sal?
everybody doing?
I don't know, man. It's not a crisp day outside. It smells like the zoo.
No, it's humid and sticky and crappy.
Yeah, there's something going on. Like it's someone almost set the zoo on fire. No,
Really?
smell. Well, no, I'm just saying that's what it was like. I'm trying to draw a picture. Trying to draw. Dude, how about this Bucks-Eagles game this week?
You, Tim. England. That was craziest last few minutes.
I think I went for a walk. I was getting ready for the Bears game, and then I just checked my phone and I saw 27-26, and I was like, what the fuck?
I know. I couldn't believe it when it got blocked, and then he ran it back all the way, and it was a 1 point. I was like, oh my god. So all 3 games of the season, he's won in the last minute.
We're fucked the Steelers team.
No, I don't think so, man.
Baker, all 3 first games, he's won in the last minute.
We're just like the Jets suck.
Just Baker's just gonna have to beat
Thank you,
Baker the
Stevie
touchdown
Rubio,
maker.
man. I agree.
You can't forget the penalties.
Dude, look, the Rams defense played the Eagles tough. Just at the end, Jalen Hurts he can't be stopped. He's a winner. Like if you give Jalen Hurts the ball, well, actually the Rams had a chance to win. They got blocked, but Jalen Hurts is just there's something about him, dude. He could look like shit for 3 quarters, and then 4th quarter he's Air Jordan.
I think it is one game tape. Now the Eagles have 1 game tape of our offensive line.
Listen,
and our offensive line looked like
dog shit.
It's fine. You're gonna have to figure out whether you keep a tight end in there, whether you decide that you're gonna run quick slants or screens or whatever. Like they'll figure it out.
They were having this fullback like blocking back a couple of times.
That could be it.
But still, but if Evans is out, I know that I will only tackle him.
Is Jalen McMillan coming back anytime soon?
Next couple of weeks.
They could use him.
We have Shepard and
Shepard. He won't die, man. Shepard is like.
He's
like who is it? Harry Douglas? I don't know. He just hangs around. Wasn't Harry Douglas on the Bucs?
I think he was.
Yeah.
Broadcasting live from the Aquabito Studios, aquabito.com/Bubba. It's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
JD Acco. It's already warned us, man. Don't walk in my car. I got to get the hell out of here as soon as I can. I got to go home, shave, and put on a suit and do a big-time mediation as I was at Tallahassee all weekend doing various cool, manly-like stuff with my son.
Did they have a game?
Yes.
Did you go?
No.
Okay.
It was Kent State, and so parents, it's like one of those just slam them. I think they had the most yardage they've had in 25 years, 732 or something like that.
66-10.
Yeah.
Now, where is your son living on campus?
He lives right in the heart of the funnest place in Tallahassee called College Town. You can literally walk out of his door, and you're in all of it. So
roommates?
Yes, 3 roommates from Jesuit. They're all Russian fraternities, and they're all, living their best life.
Are they Russian the same fraternity? Or
3 in 1. Trey's in a different fraternity, but they're both good fraternities, and they're all good kids. So spent a lot of time with them. It was nice.
I don't know.
Really nice.
Were you a fraternity guy?
I was.
What were you?
It was Lambda Chi Alpha at the time, which is no longer on campus. They had a horrible shooting about 5 years ago.
What?
Yeah, a stupid brother, I guess, was showing a new gun to somebody, and it misfired, and it went through a wall, and it killed a twin.
Really?
Yes, and so
they've been thrown off campus.
They're just starting back. This year's the first year, so it's going to take them some years to get back.
Dan, you were never a fraternity guy, were you?
I was a Pika.
You were a Pike?
Of course he was. Of course you were a Pike.
Dan is a Pike all day.
Hey, how about this, Trey?
It's different in every college.
That's what Trey wanted. That's what Trey's no longer going to be.
Yeah, don't be a Pike.
He's not a
Pikes
Pike.
are douches.
Yeah, well, that's the people that can't get in say.
I'll even laugh at that.
For a year, I was a Sigma Chi.
That's cool. They're all
Sigma
cool.
Chi's are good there still. I mean, the top fraternities there are probably Pike, Theta Chi, Sigma Chi, Delta, KA. It's all the same top 5 that's all around the nation.
Now, was Stephen in a fraternity?
Yeah, he was a Lambda Chi with me. I followed my brother.
With you?
Yep.
And Dan, you were Dan, why? I mean, why?
Show that picture over there. That's Dan Pike.
Yeah. Again, the fraternities have different personalities in different colleges, and so at Duke, the Pikes, we call them Pika, we didn't call them Pikes, were the wrestlers, lacrosse players, soccer players, and a couple Razzies.
Okay. I'm just saying, every campus I've ever gone to, the Pikes were what Lummy said.
How many campuses did you go to?
No,
he's like Charlie Kirk. He's been all over the country. touring the fraternity grow.
It's like you did a Pike documentary or something.
Hello, who's this?
Hello, this is Quackenbush. How are you?
Hello, Quackenbush.
Hey, I was just thinking about what you were saying earlier about the First Amendment rights and everything, but if you're going to play it right down the middle, I mean, they tried to deplatform you and Dan talking about COVID for years.
Right.
Yeah.
In the last administration.
And that's
really what worried me more than Jimmy Kimmel.
And that was them going after streaming. And we're afraid that could potentially be in play again.
It depends on who you call they. Again, the First Amendment says Congress shall make no law.
Yeah, well, Biden didn't care about that, and maybe Trump might not either.
Well, there's something interesting. There's a difference between cancel culture and censorship. And so Jimmy was canceled, but he wasn't censored because he could go do a platform right now. At the time, you and Howard invented the alternative platform. What they did to people during COVID was they censored them, they deplatformed them, they gave them the inability to speak on any platform. I agree with what you're saying about the Pentagon. I don't like it. I agree with what you're saying about the FCC. I don't like it. I don't agree with everything Trump says. And when they put pressure on a company to do what they do, that's not good. Even if Jimmy Kimmel sucked, and even if he had low ratings, I don't love that look. But they did not censor him. He can go say whatever he wants to say. If he was a talented person, he could probably get a podcast going like Tucker did and Megyn Kelly did.
I think it's not a good look for the president to be commenting about the Jimmy Kimmel deal.
I agree.
I just think it's not. You're punching down at that point. It's not because of any government rule that he lost his job. He lost his job because of his syndicators did not like the message he was given, along with some advertisers, and ABC's largest client of the Jimmy Kimmel Show was Nexstar Media with 28 affiliates, and they are the one that pulled the plug. It had nothing to do with the president. So the president needs to keep his nose out of it, so that people don't construe that it was related to something that Donald put in play or made a comment about. Donald Trump had nothing to do with Jimmy Kimmel's removal from ABC, Disney. That was an ABC Disney call based on how much money the show was losing and based on their largest affiliate pulling.
And no one's getting arrested for these things, too. No one's getting arrested for these things, too. People are losing jobs, maybe getting, deplatformed in one sense or another. But no one's getting arrested. In England, people are getting arrested for words and posts. It's a far cry from what's happening in England right now.
Go ahead, sir. Continue
on.
What
about when Trump was completely deplatformed? He was completely deplatformed the second Joe Biden got in there. And I'm not a huge Trump guy. I'm just simply saying I think this is a response because our media has changed and we don't trust what we see with our eyes anymore. You guys were just talking about different conspiracies about this shooting. And I think the problem is we don't have an honest agent that we can go to for news.
Well,
so I think that's
the problem that we have is that everybody is an agent of their own news.
That's correct.
That's the problem we have. You, sir, can report anything you want on your various platforms. I can report pretty much anything I want on my various platforms, and the message gets watered down, convoluted, and most of the times flat out false on so rather than to have back in the day when we had legacy media and we had 6, 7, 8, 9 sources of news, 4 or 5 of which were television, then you put more credence into that message. But now that you can have a Facebook and you can have an X and you can have a Twitter and you can have an Instagram and a TikTok, and I can, and Jay can, and Dan can, and Seth can, there's so much information. A lot of it, the majority of it, personal opinion, no credible source. We're not going in as journalistic. We're just putting what we thought on there or retweeting various things. It's the media and news as a whole has turned into an absolute flea market of a cesspool.
Mm-hmm.
It's the golden corral. It's you can get anything you want at any time to match whatever you think. Look hard enough. And if you can't find it, you can make it with AI. So it's like, if you can't find it, make it.
That's why I believe platforms like yours, Bubba, and I know you're probably going to take this the wrong way, but you build a relationship with people so that they can figure out how to trust you. You go down the middle even on these subjects. And I think that more people like you are needed so that people can start to trust things again.
Well, thank you. Well, thank you, my friend. I appreciate your call. And thank you. And listen, I think we all have various sources that we lean on that we like a little bit better than others, that we tend to think this one might be more truthful than the other. This one seems to make more sense than the other. So on the other hand, we do have the ability to, where we have so many things to choose from, but we can find our niche, if you will, into somebody that's, spewing kind of what we think, whether it's Alex Jones, whether it's Glenn Beck, whether it's Rachel Maddow, whether it's Don Lemon, it doesn't matter. You can find somebody that pretty much aligns with what you think on not that hard of, it doesn't take that long for you to find on all the thousands of different platforms somebody that can relate to you. Now, that's both good and bad, because you're probably not looking at the other side and you're just sucking that D from whoever you like. And it's just, again, it's a golden corral cesspool full of information, and it's your responsibility to have to try to wade through it and form an opinion that you feel represents what you think, and you'll find it.
I never realized how slow the mainstream media was compared to X, because I'm not a big X person. I remember when you got on it a couple of years ago, and it's really amazing how quickly the Charlie Kirk thing was out there when the media is like, reports are he may be hit. Every one of them had looked at their phone and looked at X and saw the video and knew it was going on, and they still don't report a lot of what's out there. And so I think what you're saying is so true, because people need to be able to digest the different forms of media, and don't believe it because Alex Jones said it, or don't believe it because Candace Owens said it, or because Bill O'Reilly, but believe it because you've read the sources and you've made your own informed opinion. And there's a lot of resources out there, but some of them are just like you're saying, so slanted to one side, they're just reinforcing our innate biases. And if that's all you consume, that's not healthy.
From flat earthers to UFOs to the 5 or 6 different conspiracy theories as to how Charlie was shot, there's just nothing ever. Anything that happens in our world that's somewhat newsworthy will never be digested just in one way. You'll always have 5, 6, 7, 10, 20, 30 different other opinions, of which the majority are wrong, just to get, clicks and views and what have you. Seth and I think you and I were the only two that really digest what the media has given us with regards to the Tyler Robinson single shooter, 30-06, 200 yards away, nobody else involved.
Assembled it, disassembled it, assembled it.
No, I agree with you.
I agree
Bubba.
with you, Bubba.
I do too.
Dan
I think
doesn't.
Dan's the only one that doesn't.
Yeah, Dan sent you a picture of Osama bin Laden when he was killed too.
Right. F off, Jay.
What's up? What you didn't? I mean, I'm just spitting facts.
Okay. Spitting facts. It's irrelevant to this conversation.
Whatever, Dan.
Okay, whatever.
You're allowed to have your opinion, and I respect your opinion. You're just wrong.
Okay. You're definitive.
No, I'm just saying so far what we've heard sounds like the most logical explanation.
Sounds like there's a lot of effery going on in this business.
So Dan, how do you, now?
Again, Bubba, I don't have the reason I can't opine.
If you're going to go against us, then I want to give you the floor at this point for you to explain your position. Okay. I want you to explain your position, because maybe it's something that me and Seth and Macho Man, maybe we've not. Maybe because you're a doctor and you've seen in New Orleans and all the 200, 300, 400, 500 shootings that you've seen. That I think Seth, me, and Lummy and Jay might be the first one to say that we've never been in an operating room and having had to deal with a gunshot wound. I can honestly say that I haven't.
Nope.
You are the only person that has standing in that world. So that being said, let me give you the floor as to why you think that you don't think it went down the way we all think, and that it went down.
Let me just add one thing too. He's also a hunter and a gun guy.
Yeah, very much. You probably, out of all of us, know more about guns. own more guns, have shot more guns, own the very not the make and model, but I'm sure you own a 30-06.
I have owned 30-06s.
Okay. And have shot 30-06s.
Mm-hmm.
And
he's got a dead snow leopard in the back of his Tesla truck. He's always got something dead back there.
A couple aliens I shot too. You know, picked off a UFO.
And I heard he killed a water buffalo this weekend.
He did.
Oh, I did.
So, you know,
and I rolled the beast.
That being said, we have pretty much just taken what they give us, and we are okay with it. We don't really see the other side of it, but we don't have the standing. There's two things that you have that we don't. One, you have the knowledge of the gun used. You've shot these guns. You've owned these guns. You've shot animals with these guns. You see the type of wounds these guns provide in and out. And secondly, as a doctor, you have actually treated people that have been shot. Now, I don't know that you ever treated anybody that got shot like Charlie. But
yes, I have. There's people who shot in the face, shot in the neck, shot in the shoulder, shot in the heart, shot in the ass.
When they brought Charlie to the emergency room, he was dead.
Yes.
And so are you testifying that indeed you have had people brought to your room, to your emergency room when you were working in New Orleans that were absolutely dead beyond saving? Boom, right there.
Yep. And I've had people that walked in talking and died 30 seconds later.
Okay. So that being said, what do you differ on the Charlie Kirk deal than we do?
Okay, well, I'm going to say one thing. I'm going to base this argument not on any of all those like conspiracy type videos that show slow motions with all the other things. We're going to avoid that because I can't verify the validity of the videos that I'm looking at. But as a gun owner and a doctor that's dealt with penetrating ammunition type rifle rounds and pistol rounds on human beings, where we had 411 murders the last year I was in New Orleans, and we would see sometimes 3 or 4 or 5 gunshot wounds a day, I have a couple problems. Number one, that is a very, very powerful rifle, very loud rifle, a lot of recoil, and a 30-06 with a 180 grain bullet coming out at 3,000 feet per second is going to go right through a spine.
Does it matter that it's like a World War II?
Nope. Doesn't matter at all.
So the age doesn't matter?
Doesn't matter at all.
Doesn't matter if it's a vintage one, bolt action.
Nope.
Doesn't matter.
Bolt actions have more muzzle velocity than semi-automatic rifles because all of the gas is being used to propel the round.
Right.
None of it's being lost.
They're not used to expel. A portion of the gas is not being used to expel the round.
Yeah,
you have to cycle through it by hand. So all the gas used is made to go down chamber and get that bullet going.
Right, and 30-06s are super, super, super powerful. A lot of velocity, a lot of weight on the bullet, and a lot of recoil and a lot of noise. The ability to assemble, maintain a zero, shoot, disassemble, run, reassemble, and dump a gun is absolutely idiotic and makes zero sense to anyone.
No, so let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a question then, Jay.
Okay.
How many tools do you need to disassemble that gun?
2, I believe, on that particular gun.
Okay, why? So what? A screwdriver and an
Allen type Torx wrench.
Okay, so that doesn't seem. And how many different points? How many bolts, or how many? If there's 2 instruments needed to take that gun apart, how many different bolts and hex head bolt do you have to?
Between 2 and 4 depends on the actual rifle itself. And again, I don't know the actual brand model of that rifle. They say it's a Mauser, but that Mauser is a generic term, Bubba. It's almost like saying it's an AR.
Okay.
A Mauser, you just get a Mauser is something you can buy parts for. It's just Mauser parts.
Let's just say for argument or purpose, it's 2.
Okay, let's say it's 2.
2.
So let me ask you, is that with the relevances of the screwdriver on the roof? Was it probably used to assemble it? Because I was at the reports I had seen was that it was already probably assembled, and it looked like it was assembled when he jumped off the roof when it was in the towel. And so, I mean, this is agreeable disagreement. So I'm not arguing. Is there a report about it being assembled and disassembled, or is you just saying that's the way it had to have gone down?
Again, that gun is way too long to be in a backpack. It would have to have been disassembled to fit in his leg or to fit in a backpack in any way whatsoever. It didn't seem like he had a fully assembled rifle when he jumped off the roof. Again, I don't know that any of these videos are accurate. And there are a lot of other potential issues with this assassination attempt, and I think it's a little rich for us to just say, "Oh, that's it. It was just this guy by himself."
No one said by himself.
They are saying by himself.
I'm not saying that at
and
all.
So, I think it's a little too neatly packaged because, again, the packaging of the JFK assassination all made sense. It was Lee Harvey Oswald shooting from the bookstore or the book infirmary on the book depository on the 5th floor on a moving vehicle at 300 yards. Yeah, he made that shot with a crappy Italian-made mail-order rifle. So also, Bubba, when you disassemble and reassemble a rifle, especially when the scope is mounted to the receiver, not to the barrel, there's going to be a significant loss in the zero. And what I was saying before, when you're shooting downhill, your point of impact's higher than you expect. That was accurate. People criticized me for not being accurate on that either. So again, I don't think that a 30-06 from the front is going to lodge a bullet in his spine or in his neck and not have an exit wound. That is nonsensical to me. When I've actually shot these guns and see what they do to things, they just destroy. It goes right through bricks. Do you think a little neck vertebrae is going to stop a 3,000 feet per second, 180 grain bullet?
So
Bubba?
What is your, if you were to gift wrapped up your theory, not conspiracy,
opinion?
If you were to gift wrap your opinion in the series of events of what may have happened, how would you timeline this event? We all are believing what they're telling us. That's what we're going with. That's what our answer is. What's your answer? Opinion.
I think there was multiple people involved. I think it's really suspect that a person is going to spontaneously take credit for an assassination attempt and not have heard about it ahead of time. You think that guy really is like, I shot him. What person at all would ever say that? And it was a way that they took all of the surveillance off of rooftops and started looking at this crazy guy, the crazy old guy that said, shoot me, shoot me, shoot me. Doesn't make any sense. None of this makes sense. And to have this so well packaged and wrapped up in a bow that they didn't even preserve the crime scene, Bubba. They took down cameras. They scrubbed it. They completely dismantled the crime scene within 24 hours. Some of it was within an hour. It doesn't make sense, Bubba. Something smells rotten.
Why would they hide
smells rotten?
Why would they hide other people involved?
Yeah, like first of all, Dan, great question. Why would they do that? And how many would you say were involved outside of the Tyler Robinson guy? Why would they hide them? And two, how many do you think they hid?
I think there's at least 5 or 6 people involved.
That many?
Yeah, absolutely.
But I sent you the video of him jumping off the roof, where they say you can kind of see
the gun and the towel that they found with the DNA.
Okay, let me see.
So Dan, I always respect your opinion, but a lot of what a lot of what's happening is just what Bubba said. Is we're all consuming our own information and we're coming up with our own conclusions. And so, I think that I disagree with you. I don't think that there's 5 or 6 people.
I think it's 50-50 on chat about what if I'm crazy or if I'm right.
Hold on, Jan. We're never going with chat.
Well, I understand that, but Bubba, when you have that many people that are that suspect, then maybe there's some things that just don't make sense.
Well, all right, so what we saw just a few seconds ago, right here. Is this is this after the fact?
Yeah, it's after you shot him.
Okay. after he shot him, and I think he comes down to this corner
he
over
does.
here.
And they zoom in.
All right.
The video
So
does.
It's like a Benny Hill show.
okay, so here he goes. That's supposedly Tyler Robinson, correct?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Now they zoom in.
There it is in the towel.
And they say he grabs it right there.
Right there. Throws the towel, or he jumps down with it. Boom. It's in his right there. And it's in his right hand.
So it's a towel. The gun's wrapped in the towel.
They say. So I don't see how that was disassembled. Nor do I. And then in the moments that they
I don't
caught
think it
that,
was disassembled.
In the moments that they caught that, it was moments after the shooting. Not enough time to disassemble it with two.
Bubba,
with
can I
two
ask you a question
instruments.
too on this video?
Sure.
Can I ask you a question? Go back a couple frames, please.
There we go.
A little bit more.
Back.
Backwards. Not that far back.
Oh, hold on.
Okay.
Yeah, they replay it.
All right, so here we go. Boom.
Get ready to stop it.
Oh, I'm gonna stop.
Boom. Okay, stop right now.
Okay.
You see those 3 trees?
1, 2, 3.
Right. Halfway between the second and the third tree, there's someone walking.
Right here?
There's a spot. It froze. It kind of blurred up when you froze it.
Right here.
Yeah, okay.
Let me see. Yeah. Hold on here. Right there.
You see that person walking?
This person right here.
Yeah, see that
Looks
person
to
walking?
be like maybe a female with big jugs
Yeah,
walking,
that's right.
walking that way. Yeah.
Okay, watch that person.
I'm watching that person.
Okay, where is she?
Maybe she stopped behind the tree, Dan.
Just stop behind the tree to just like,
Yeah, like what? Have to
just
sit
stop.
down? Maybe there's a bench there.
Mm-hmm.
There's a building there.
I mean, maybe she went into yeah.
She just disappeared on the screen.
Oh, my Lord.
So now, hold on. Now, hold on. Are you saying...
Oh, there's the proof, Seth.
There's a person
The
walking
woman
that clearly
disappeared.
just disappears from the view.
Well, I mean, they could have made a right,
Yeah.
Dan,
They
and
could've.
gone this
They
way.
could have gone straight to heaven.
They could have.
Or where did they go, Dan? In this theory of yours,
I think
Or
there's
they
a
just,
building
did they
right
not
there.
disappear?
I think there's a building right there, Dan, and I think they walked into the building.
Did it look like they were too calm for hearing a shooting? Like, do you feel like they were being too normal, Dan? Is that what? After hearing,
Now, hold on.
That's a more compelling argument, like this person. But I don't think they knew outside yet.
Now, see, he's continuing to run with the assembled rifle and a towel. You can see it plain as day.
Yep. Now he slows down.
Now he slows down, and I think this is where now he picks up the pace a little bit more. And again, Dan, you said that all this footage had been scrubbed and had been, and to me, we're watching it.
Mm-hmm.
So at this point, he waits for traffic to pass. 2 cars, all right, and then
It shows like pictures of him.
Now this shows this shows pictures of him. Various.
I agree with Danny. Probably assembled it on the roof because I don't see how right there. This is supposed to be moments before he accessed the roof. So I don't know how. I don't see a gun in his leg. You know, like the TMZ video where they saw him walking in front of the ring cam and they said he was limping with something. You know, I don't know what all about that. But if this is truly him right before he got on the roof, he needed to assemble something.
Right. And I don't know how that a gun's going to fit in that tiny little backpack, especially
The
a gun with a
components of it?
20-inch barrel. Yeah.
They're saying, look at his pants right there.
The square right there?
Right here?
Yeah.
That looks like a magazine maybe, but it's not a magazine type gun. It's a bolt
That looks
action.
like almost. This
Right?
almost looks like the barrel. The butt of a gun.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
You can see that.
Oh, yeah.
That looks like the butt of a gun.
I see.
This
Or it could
might,
just be a
With the
cell
top
phone.
of it near his
cell
crotch,
phone.
and
this
the
this
narrow
looks
part of
like
his knee.
this looks like to be a magazine.
Or a cell phone.
I don't know.
Oh, I see what you're saying about that. So it looks like it narrows down towards the knee and it goes up like the back of the butt of the gun would be like up near his crotch.
Yeah, I mean, obviously,
Like it goes like in a triangle down.
I don't know.
I hadn't seen that.
So Dan, continuing on your theory, you think there were 5 or 6 involved, and he's going to be the one that takes the hit for it, and we'll never find out. Do you think he'll talk, or will he be the one that takes the hit for it? Do you think he'll talk? Do you think they'll kill him? Do you think they'll kill him in prison?
It's going to be one of those things that we're going to talk about for 50 years, just like JFK assassination.
Oh boy.
It's going to be enough of there's going to be enough of a question mark that people are going to talk about this for 50 years.
Well, Dan, I appreciate you having an educated decision, an educated theory, if you will, with some scientific backing due to the fact that you've owned these guns, shot these guns, and worked on people that have entered into the hospital with these types of wounds. And it's your opinion that round would have hit the carotid artery and gone right through it, and maybe even had hit. If your theory is correct, the people behind him would have been potentially in play.
Behind him, beside him, in front of him. There's all kinds of people that could have been potentially in play.
I don't have a good rebuttal to that part. A lot of the other stuff I do, I don't have a real good rebuttal to that part of his argument.
Especially when that area that they hit, there's not a lot of real estate or meat. Like if you hit me in the gut, my gut could maybe stop a 30-06.
Not mine.
No. BB gun will go through you, Jay.
Want to listen to the show on demand and on the go? Enlist today at BubbaArmyHQ.com. Sign up and start listening. The Bubba the Love Sponge Show will be back after this.
Where'd you send that, Dan? Wiz. I see it, Dan. I think it's you. Should I send it to Danny Frank? I didn't get anything from you. I don't see anything, Dan. What's up there, merchant? A lot of people are charged for their earbuds. Yeah, I got yours, Frank. I think it's the same, right, Nick? I got it. What's up, Brady? What's up, Bulldog Tommy?
I got a little Airbnb over like by the stadium that wasn't too bad. Better than a hotel room.
Yeah. Well, if she's going to be this week. I mean, it doesn't matter. Anyhow,
I think they will, but they look pretty good.
And TJ from Jersey. Yes, but that's what they thought in 1990.
I was there for that.
In 95?
I was there for too many wide rights and wide lefts. I was back for both of those.
So yeah, 95 is the last.
I was already gone by then. I was in law
Well, I
school.
think 95 is when they lost in Virginia.
Yeah, it wasn't. When I was there, it was
96.
like wide right, Gators, wide left, Miami. I think we lost a couple of national championships.
Well, Florida State was ranked number 2, and they went to Virginia and lost. I mean, before they played Miami, I think that year.
Team looks pretty good this year. Like,
Yeah, good. Quarterbacks is
it's a perm drum. How you doing? There's waves right now.
just need
There's gotta be some up there coming up in North Carolina soon. You stayed at the game yesterday.
I thought it was over.
I think everyone did.
Can't give those ones away, but good teams find a way to win.
Yeah, Baker's like
I still think we fucked against Philly.
well, we can't play that way. We gotta play 4 quarters.
You can't get false start penalties,
No.
penalties. 7 in the first of your ride.
But also, you know, the problem is Aaron, like, Baker really didn't have a preseason. You know, I mean, he really didn't play very much. And I don't want a team that gels in September. I want a team that gels in April.
You know, too hard to gel with now. It's there. It's each week. Just plug it and play.
It's a brutal sport.
I mean, realistically, it just shows how good Jason Light is getting the receiving the backups. The top 10.
He performed unreal
Broadcasting live from the Aquabeto studios.
Aquabeto.com/Bubba.
It's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
I am really good friends with a former Marine sniper. I think I've spoke about him several times before. I went to high school with him, Jim Tapp.
Yes.
And he said that Dan is correct. He had an entry wound on his left side just below the ear, exit wound out the right side of the lower neck. Entry wounds are a lot smaller. Sometimes you can see the entry wounds. Can't see entry wounds unless it's bleeding. So I think he's somewhat co-signing with Dan. Hello.
Hello, how are you guys today?
Good. We're doing good.
Since you guys are still talking about it, I am a ex-Navy SEAL, SEAL Team 6.
Thank you for your service.
Here's a very short, simple, sweet explanation. Let's take this guy out of jail and let's go see him shoot the bullet again, 142 yards, and see if he can do it again.
Well, I mean,
not,
now hold on, sir. He could, at that point, you're putting his skill set in question, and he may not try his hardest, if you know what I'm saying. If they put me in that situation,
I'm telling you right now, he's not going to do it.
I'm just.
I wouldn't want to.
Nor
either.
would anyone.
Yeah.
No, so I mean, I'm telling you right now, even if he had the ability to do it, he's not going to do it because that, maybe somewhat exonerates him to show that it's not doable. So even if he could do it, Lummy, I would shoot, way far to the right. Be like, I can't hit it.
That's an impossible shot.
Yeah. So I mean, I know that sounds good in principle. Let's haul the guy out to the shooting range. Let's simulate the same circumstances. You elevated X amount of yards away. Put a mannequin up under a tent. And try to emulate the exact conditions and see what the guy does. Do you think the guy's really going to try? Because if he misses and he can't do it, that only helps, his defense. Of course he's not going to try.
Well, I'm just speaking, 50 years JFK, 50 years Charlie Kirk. I'm just saying that was an exit wound. He was shot 25 feet. I know we all have whatever. But when people have been in the military, have been in SEAL teams. What?
Well, my guy,
we know.
My guy that was a Marine sniper agrees with you and Dan.
So, what do you guys think happened then?
Yes,
what's
sir.
What's your alternative theory?
Feet away.
How far? I'm sorry, I talked over you.
25 feet.
He was shot 25 feet, and do you feel he was shot from behind?
He was shot from the side. That was an exit wound.
So he was shot
Let me
from.
just say this.
Hold on, sir. I'm agreeing with you. I'm letting you. We're walking down your path here. So you're saying he was shot approximately 25 feet away from which would be his right side, if you were looking at him straight on to the left, and the wound entered his right side of his trapezoid and or back of his neck and exited out he entered. It was entered from his right rear, and exited through his like clavicle, carotid artery area on the left.
You are correct. With the velocity of that bullet coming towards him, like they said, he would have went backwards, not forward.
So can I ask you a question though, Bud?
Yes.
By Dan's account, who was shot a 30-06 at 25 feet, it's not going to stay in the body. Right? I mean, there's.
It wasn't a 30-06 that was used. Let me just say, I was there when we. Well, I can't give my name out, but
we're not asking for you to give your name, sir.
No, I'm just talking about this whole conspiracy things about SEAL Team 6 when we went and got Osama bin Laden.
Yes,
it's just so funny.
Why are you saying that? Are you saying that the media has misrepresented that and really taken a lot of
1,000%?
Okay, so what? Let me ask you a question. What do we mess up as the media? That's a very, very sexy and everybody is very familiar with that takedown. I think directed by Hillary Clinton and Barack Obama in the West Wing, as that happened to bring him down. What do we What do we as Americans or as journalists get wrong on that for a fact we get wrong on because you
Americans. I'll just go with the American route. As Americans, we need to strip ourselves of everything we thought we know, everything we think we've been taught, and strip down to zero and start all over again with an empty mind, a clear mind.
Okay, I'm going to do. Hold on, sir. I'm going to do that. I'm going to zip it right down to zero. It's not hard for me to have a clear mind because I'm dumb as a box of rocks. So I'm going to absolutely have no preconceived notions at all with regards to the Charlie Kirk deal. Now walk me through. I do not believe that Tyler Robinson was 200 yards or feet away on an elevated area, straight on. I'm not thinking of any of that. What they've told me, I got a complete clear mind. Now walk me through your process, please.
You mean the process? I wasn't there.
I'm sorry. Walk me through your theory. Sir, I'm not trying to debate you. I'm trying to get your message.
No, I know you're not.
I'm trying to get your message out. You told me to strip it all down.
My message is, don't take everything that you hear right off the bat. A perfect example, JFK. It's the exact same recipe, different year. They're using it again.
And sir, I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't necessarily believe that Lee Harvey Oswald used a crappy-ass Italian bolt-action rifle from the 5th or 6th floor and hit a moving target at 26 miles an hour, three kill shots. I've never believed that he was a lone gunman, ever. I've always thought that there was somebody on the grassy knoll or somebody somewhere, so...
Did all those bullets go through Kennedy? None of those got dislodged, or did any get lodged?
One got lodged in, I think, Lyndon Johnson.
No, not Lyndon Johnson. It was the governor of Texas.
Yeah, so one of them got lodged in a person sitting in the front seat. But sir, so I'm dancing with you on the JFK. I'm dancing with you. I don't think that Lee Harvey Oswald was the single shooter there. So walk me through what you think happened with Charlie Kirk. Because I'm all ears.
Yeah, I just, it's, when you've been in wars, it's not, people don't jump up out of the crowd out of nowhere when they hear a gunshot wound and celebrate. That man needs to be looked into.
The older gentleman?
No, the little younger guy that just jumped up and was praising him. There's just there's just too much going on. If you look, there's a guy that's taken down 2 cameras that were right behind Charlie Kirk.
Yeah,
That's a crime scene.
I saw
That's
that.
a crime scene.
I saw
That's
that.
a crime scene.
I understand that, sir, and I agree with you. I think that's a problem.
So, why was every tape that was missing from the gas stations around the Pentagon missing? I mean, we just have to stop playing these games and understand that we live in a corrupt government.
So let me ask you a question before I let you go. We're dancing with you that there's potentially more than one person involved. And who do you think are the people that were involved? Was it the left?
I can't do that because they probably already know my voice. So.
Was it the deep state? Was it our government? Was it the Trump administration? Was it who was it?
I mean, look, I'm calling on George Soros, and I'm just going to stick with that.
Okay. All right. I appreciate that. And more importantly, I appreciate your insight. And I appreciate you breaking it down. Thank you for letting us, giving us another perspective.
I appreciate y'all's show. And it's like the only one left where we can all still get along.
We believe we believe in one way, but I'm not saying you're not necessarily wrong. I mean, I want to get I want to get your message out there too, and and debate and have an open forum to discuss. And I think that we're one of the last shows that will allow a guy like you that has a completely different opinion. And let's not forget Dan Diaco, one of our co-hosts. He feels the same way you do. So I want that.
Let's just get some other SEALs out there to call in, or some special ops people who know guns, who know exit wounds, who knows what they see every day. I mean, we've seen this.
Do you have an opinion on what kind of caliber gun it was?
Yeah. Do you have an opinion on what you're saying? It wasn't a 30-06.
No, it was a handgun. It was like a 9mm or something. It was just a simple handgun. Somebody pulled out, bam, got him.
Would it still have that great of an exit wound? And this is coming from a place of ignorance.
I think so.
I don't know.
From that close, sir.
Like a hollow tip or something?
Absolutely.
If it was good ammunition, it wasn't, especially if it wasn't crap. If it was hollow jacketed, if really good ammo, you could get that.
Mm.
Yeah.
All right, bud.
So thank y'all.
Thank you, sir. You can get some 9mm ammo that's very aggressively jacketed as far as bullet wise, and do all types of havoc. Hello, you're on the air.
Hey, good morning, guys. How are you?
Good, bud.
Hey, I was wondering if you guys have heard of the official spokesperson for Turning Point USA when he came out and spoke about the medical examiner, where he was talking about basically what Dan had said earlier, that there was no exit wound, and the guy said, and this is a quote, his bone was so healthy and the density was so impressive that he's like a man of steel. It should have just gone through and through. He's saying it didn't. He's saying his bone was so hardcore, but let's check this out. This is the end of it. In the end, the coroner did find the bullet just beneath the skin. Here's my question, and I agree with Dan and the Navy SEAL guy. If it didn't exit, what bone in his neck would have stopped it? It would not have happened. And I hunt, that was not a 30-06. His neck would have been hanging off. It entered his right side, and you could see the slow-mo entry. And it exited, and there was so much blood because it was, 22, 9mm. If it hits that carotid artery, like we all believe it did, on the exit, yes, you are going to have a spray of blood. I don't buy this. It doesn't pass the smell test.
I appreciate your call, my friend. A lot of people that know more than we do with regards to
the ballistics of
it, with regards to exit wounds, with regards to what the coroner. I did see the coroner did say something to do with the fact that he had unbelievable tough bones, but titanium-like bones, as to why
how come the FBI and the military aren't looking into if guys just watching random videos on the internet at home are figuring out that there's multiple people involved and this kid didn't do it.
That's right.
Why are they letting those other people just walk?
I know, especially if it would be like a deep state leftist George Soros kind of deal, you would think that the current administration would really want to pound their chest on that and say this kid didn't act alone. It's even more shadier and, more.
I mean, I know they have the text of him saying, I have a chance to take out Charlie Kirk and I'm going to do it. I know they have that. But I'm guessing that was doctored as well, right?
No,
Yes.
I mean, yes or no.
They say that it's all fake.
It's all fake.
Yeah.
And Seth, I agree with you. Like if we got just regular hunters and Marine snipers and Navy SEAL 6s, and more importantly, a doctor that is familiar and has this type of gun and has worked on these type of wounds, all saying it doesn't pass the smell test, then why doesn't the government? Because it's not going to make the government look bad. It's going to make it's going to solidify, their a really good conspiracy left, a left conspiracy gimmick really, really, really helps what they're trying to shove down America's throat right now. That the weaponization of the political parties, and this guy was killed for his message and for his words. And the more people you can get involved in that, the more of a victim and martyr Charlie looks like, and the shadier the bad guy you're trying to fight looks. So, why don't they just, or maybe they feel, Seth, we can't quite comprehend it. Like, we can't handle the truth.
Yeah, listen.
You can't handle the truth.
When I see a guy on a roof that jumps off and they're saying that's where the shot came from,
I'm like, yeah, okay, great.
I mean, and then I see him running. I'm going to go with it, but I also don't have the time to dissect 1,400 angles during a day.
And you're not a hunter, and you're not familiar with a 30-06 round, and there's several other things that you're not familiar with.
People are saying the FBI is involved. So the FBI was involved in shooting Trump. The FBI is now involved in Charlie Kirk. So are they bipartisan? Like, what's the deal with
FBI?
What are they doing?
They're killing people, Seth.
I'll be back with more of this stuff next. Stand by.
If you liked that segment, then you'll definitely like the new redesigned BubbaArmyHQ.com. We'll be back to the Bubba the Love Sponge show after this.
But I don't.
The cross saved them.
It's very possible.
It didn't save them, I guess.
It
saved other people.
Yeah.
Supposedly, they've already removed all the grass and poured concrete on the area where it happened already.
Oh, that's normal. I'm still interested, like the weeks and months before. No one saw him in a gun range. No one ever saw him. You know what I mean? It's like, where's that part? I heard something yesterday where they said that they were going to investigate the people that had been to Tyler's house in the weeks beforehand. That there had been some people there, and so.
What, they when he stole his dad's gun?
Yeah, or grandfather's gun. Like, where's that good old forensics? The video of him going to the rifle range or something. Stacy M. Gregory, good morning. What's up, Johnny Z. Bradley? Highway 73, hope you and your brother are well. Dirt Merchant, what up?
Yeah, Jay Bowler. That guy seemed like he was yapping.
Morning, Jay Bowler. What up, Sicilian Redneck? Eyes on him. Morning, Jeff.
Said that if he did practice,
Lady Blue?
it's not hard. They said from around them. There's 600,000 acres.
Oh, really?
Somebody said, Seth, that the Jimmy Kimmel deal, a lot of that also has to do with Nexstar, or one of the people that were bitching about it has a $2 billion purchase of another company in front of the FCC for FCC approval.
Yeah, I think that they have a business deal or something they're trying to get approved.
And they have outdoor ranges around here. There's like one out in...
I think if you just yell George Soros at the end of your point, I think people will just inherently believe you.
Yeah, I think you should. If the guy would have been caught with a George Soros T-shirt, that would have even made it better.
But again, like Ted said, if that was him, why wouldn't they just, that would support everything? Like you were saying, both of you guys. Just, I don't know.
Before we start the uncensored show, I got to go upstairs and use the bidet.
It's a radio.
Okay.
I don't disagree, James. Sometimes the simplest explanation is the explanation.
Man, is it coming up influencer with interview with influencer Kate Austin? I think that's Denise Austin's daughter. Do you remember who used to have like the workout show on ESPN?
Blonde lady, right?
Yeah. She was like a before Sports Center back in the day.
Broadcasting live from the Aquabito studios, aquabito.com/Bubba. It's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
I can't even really get into other pieces of programming that maybe we'll get into today on the After Show podcast. Me, Seth Kushner, and Lummy. We're going to try to get that going as fast as we can. I got to poop. So Lummy and I, when I'm here at the building, I prefer to poop upstairs with the bidet because it really rinses off your butthole quite nicely.
Nice.
And I feel I got a sloppy one coming.
Oh,
no.
Tons of phone calls, 813-90-BUBBA. Hello, you're on the air.
Following a poop message. Awesome.
Well,
Hey,
I mean, sir, it's not a poop message. It's just I do got to poop. I've been holding it at bay for a while. I think I can hold it another 30 minutes, and then I'm headed upstairs. But what can I do for you?
Yeah, well, Dan's not wrong. Dan's actually quite right. That there rifle cannot be taken down that easily, especially with a 20-inch barrel. But that's not the reason I'm calling. There's an actual video. You can see a gentleman standing behind Charlie Kirk to the side. He's got his arms crossed. You guys find that?
Yeah, we've
Have
seen
a good
it.
look at it.
We've seen it. Looks
Okay.
like to be like a cell phone gun or something like that.
Okay. And
I have
the people.
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
No, go ahead, bud.
The same people that were involved in this were involved in RFK, JFK.
So let me ask you.
And the previous caller
Can I
was
ask-
right.
So you're saying his private security or his best, like his mentor or one of the ones that shot him?
It goes a lot higher.
Well, I'm just saying who the guy is.
So, but I mean, if it goes a lot higher, then walk us through it, bud. Like, there's no sense. We don't have to sit here and, hold any secrets or be beholden to anything rather than speak when talking code. Lay it out for us. We're not arguing with you. We want to know.
Who protects the ones up top?
The CIA?
Who protects the country?
The Secret Service?
I don't want to die. I'm hanging up now.
Oh, my God.
The CIA?
He said Secret Service. I don't want to die. I'm hanging up now.
Okay.
I'm going to start using that, Seth, when I say goodbye to everybody. Hey, Seth, I don't want to die. I'm hanging up now.
But the last guy goes, oh, they're going to recognize my voice. This guy goes there. I mean, what is this?
I don't know.
Is this like a? Is this a bit?
Is our lines getting tapped here?
I mean, I can assure. Well,
weird.
I can't assure you that my phones are not being tapped, but I never had a problem with it before, and I've said a lot of cool stuff over the phones.
Ask for protection.
You know what, Seth? I need more. If people are just going to throw it out there, I need more substance than I'm going to die. Goodbye. I just need a little bit. I just need.
They
that.
do. They tell you that
convincing.
they tell you there's a video to go look at, and then that tells you all the answers.
Right.
But when you ask why the guy that was hired to be his private security and why his mentor would have shot him, it's protect the people upstairs.
Here's the deal. I have protection where I can put people on protection. Let me take my stuff out.
No, these people aren't worth it.
I can put people on protection and scramble your voice if you're afraid of being identified.
They think the CIA can unscramble their voices.
Well, they can't. So,
and then do what? Come to their house and go, why'd you call Bubba talking about this could be conspiracy?
That's right.
And then,
what the hell's going to happen?
and then a public video that's on Facebook.
And then come to us, Seth, and say, we need that phone call from 934.
Yeah.
Go take down the person that put the video up.
Go ahead. You're on the air.
Protection.
Okay, you're protected.
I wanted to call and first of all tell you that I'm happy to hear that you reconnected somewhat with Tyler.
Yeah, we're talking a little bit, so I hope that goes well. Good, yes. Thank you.
And this is FF Medic / Fire Marshal Bill. You know who I am.
Yep.
So here's what I know. I know I've been an avid hunter and firearms person my entire life, and like Dan, working with trauma. As a medic for 20 years plus, what I know is there is no way in hell that was a 30-06. Would have just decimated and been.
And I've actually had people text me that are very familiar with ballistics and guns and 30-06. One of which is a retired Marine sniper, and his exact text to me was, it was a small caliber from 20 feet. That's what that's what he said to me, and that's a guy that I put. That's a guy that I trust very much so, in his opinion.
I had to switch from a 30-06 down to a 308 hunting here in Florida because I was just decimating stuff, and so that's one thing. Another thing is, who's panning the camera on that video? That's not a motion sensor camera. You see how the camera follows the supposed shooter off the roof?
Well, I think that might have been a wide shot that the university gave the government that then was able to take that and pan it. I mean, the government's got
Sorry.
No, I'm saying the government's got all types of video editing stuff, and probably that isn't available to the public. So I'm sure that them being able to take a wide shot and pan it and then multiply it and magnify it, I don't think that the government probably did that.
Okay, and you're right, that's possible, but the first few videos that came out that showed the shooter, it doesn't pan in, it doesn't zoom in, the whole frame moves and follows the shooter. If you go back, I don't know how to tell you to find it because that's beyond my skill level, but anyways, the very first videos that came out that were published was a wide shot, and it never changed from a wide shot. It never zoomed in. It just, as soon as he started to get to the edge of the screen, the camera starts panning.
Yeah, again, I can't comment on that because I know nothing with regards to that type of technology, but I understand where you're coming from.
Yeah. So my last point is the gentleman, and I can't think of his name right now, the old guy that they arrested that was screaming, I did it, shoot me. If you do a little research, you can find that he's actually been arrested before being involved in governmental issues that most people wouldn't be around. I want to say the bombing in Boston, and I know he was at least interviewed during 9/11. Something to do with 9/11.
It wasn't the Boston bombing. He made a threat to a marathon in Utah.
Okay.
Made a threat.
So I just know that there's stuff that doesn't make sense, and Dan.
So let me ask you a question before I let you go, because Seth, nobody seems to want to answer this particular question, and I think we need to know who, other than Tyler Robinson, helped him pull this off. Like Nate, like you're on protection. I know you personally. I know you personally. I've had conversations with you. You know I'm not going to hang you out to dry as far as your identity. Your identity. So if you got it, tell me your opinion on, other than Tyler Robinson, who else. Was it a George Soros gimmick? Was it a deep state gimmick? The one guy referred to it as potentially the Secret Service, and then he said he didn't want to die and hang up. We want to know who else. Like, name names. Go ahead and drop the mic and name names. Don't be afraid to die. Realize that you've called the show before and helped us with other things that never.
I don't care about dying, honestly.
No, but also you've helped me with other things that never came back and bit you in the ass. You know that.
I know. I got your six, bro. You know that.
So who do you feel? Because you know you can trust me.
I know. I'm gonna blow up chat on me by saying this because it's a crazy rabbit hole, and everybody's going to jump all over my shit.
Seth, I'm ready to jump in that rabbit hole. Will you hold hands with me and jump in?
I'm ready.
Okay, me and Seth are ready to dock and jump into the rabbit hole. Go ahead.
So, again, this is strictly my opinion, just from what I've watched and seen, and I have wide contacts worldwide, and my opinion is it has something to do with Israel. I don't know that they did it. I don't know this Tyler guy didn't actually do it. I just know that it was very coincidental that Charlie was starting to come out and question his 100% backing of Israel on everything they did, because he was questioning all the genocide and everything they're doing in the Middle East. And he was invited to Netanyahu's house in Israel for a meeting. I'm not sure.
Let me just stop you.
Sorry.
I think Israel's got so many other things to worry about right now. I don't know that Israel comes to our turf on our land and is behind something this egregious, in my opinion.
Okay, well, that may be factual, but when you have more pieces to the puzzle, it's a possibility, because there's a thing called Mega. And if you look her up online, back up in time, you'll see that it's a group of Israeli billionaires, and their whole goal in this world is to steer the American populace's opinion on Israel, and to keep it positive. And Charlie Kirk was offered a great deal of money to come see Netanyahu, and it's all factual. You can check it out.
I've seen that.
I'll send you links when I find them. Okay, and he turned it down.
I've seen that. I think a guy that turns a meeting down from Netanyahu, that gets you killed.
I don't know. It doesn't make you fan club of Israel, that's for sure.
Okay.
Yeah, and all the protests that are going on around
the facts are
campuses.
that there's no way that's a 30-06 that shot him. That's all I know for sure.
All right, my man. Well, I appreciate you in more ways than one. I appreciate you always helping me. Thank you.
Yes, sir. I got.
All right, man. Continuing right along, you can, if you want protection, as you can see, I can protect you on up, and you won't die. I don't think you're going to get shot today by giving us your opinion on this. Charlie, there was more than one shooter in the Charlie Kirk conspiracy gimmick. Hello. You there?
Bubba.
Yeah.
It's LA.
Yep.
Hello?
Yep, you're on the LH.
Hey, what's going on? Hey, you ain't got the beep. I don't know if I ain't know when I was on.
Yeah, but you're on now. You're on now.
Yes, sir. Hey, I'm going to be nice today because you told me not to. I ain't going to say that again. But anyway, that guy, if he talking about voice change, he said my opinion. He said opinion on everything. He didn't give you no facts.
Mm-hmm.
But he wanted to disclose his voice, hide his voice. But I call for self. This the only thing I call for, Bubba. Because I listen. I'm still on.
You're still on, and Seth's here waiting with bated breath, ready for you to bring it.
SATH. Hey, check it out. Y'all talking about, I do not know that guy, Charlie Kirk. I feel sorry for him and everything, his family. Never heard of him. So I don't want to talk about that. I want to know what's going on with Seth and Craig and Rio. Remember that?
Yeah.
When he didn't get the VIP? Whatever happened? Bubba, you don't never come back. I want to know about Warren Sapp. When y'all supposed to went the whites for Sapp, I want to know about Craig and Rio. Y'all, you figured it out, Colombo, on Hulk Hogan. You was Colombo on that. Now you been Colombo on everything now. You want to figure out every case. You gonna talk about Charlie Kirk now for the rest? I said it wrong.
Charlie.
You know what?
Charlie Kirk.
Hey, you know what, Bubba? I'm sorry. I went off the strip.
You're good. You're good.
Self.
Yes,
this
sir.
For Self Kushner.
Mm-hmm.
I want to know what's the deal with Rio and Craig, and I hang up.
Okay.
Have a good day, Bubba. The Love Sponge, BRN, baby. I fuck with you. I love you.
I love you too, buddy.
Cuss. Bye.
See you later. That was a calmer LH. That was a calm one.
It was, yeah.
He actually bowed out politely, and he just wants you to give him some information.
Yeah, everything's cool with me, Craig, and Rio. I had been friends with those guys for a long time, and I'd been friends with Craig for almost 15 years, and I still go there for haircuts, so...
And
nothing's changed except we're just not doing the podcast anymore.
And I think you would probably also say that I came to you and asked if I should apologize, and you said yes, and I did. I apologized. I texted them. I ran it by you first. You thought it was okay, and offered to even come down there to the shop man to man and apologize. I apologized that I didn't know their business like I thought I did. I apologize that, I jumped the gun and probably said some stuff I shouldn't have, and they never returned my text. I don't think they're interested in hearing from me. But I did do that.
Yes.
I did do that, and so Seth remains a customer and a friend, and, I'm the odd man out, and I started it, and I'm paying for it subsequently. And to this day, I would apologize to them for jumping the gun on a situation that I thought I knew a little bit about, but I didn't. So I think that's in full transparency, everything with regards to that.
Yeah, I went down there the other day, and Craig's like, "No, I'm leaving. I gotta go. It's grandfather's day at my daughter's school, or my granddaughter's school." And I was like, "All right, I'll see you in a couple days." So yeah, everything's still the same way that it was before.
Phone lines are packed. 813-902. 8222 813-902 or 813-90 Bubba. We'll end the show with probably your phone calls next.
If you want a deep dive into the Bubba the Love Sponge show from the past, go to BubbaArmyHQ.com. We'll be back after these words.
Know if the rumors about the 15 million were even true.
They offered to go to Israel, I mean. He doesn't strike me as the kind of guy that's going to take money to go to a country like that. 15 million. I saw the reports about Sam Altman.
First off, there was
or
a
whatever.
report there was 150 million turning point positive. And that was all these people, it's all these conspiracy pages. And then now it's 15 million. It's like, okay, there's people that silent
think
funding
that
those? Aren't they? Should they take over funding
they
them?
can't find people in Gaza, but they're going to be able to pull off the most stealthy assassination of conservative Christian, because why?
Because he might have started.
He might have been a little tempered about Netanyahu. Maybe he's going a little too hard in the paint. That's what his criticism was, basically, is that maybe going a little too hard. Which I think I think you should be allowed to say that. I don't want to be killed. I mean, that's one of those opinions people should be able to express. But I haven't heard anything that didn't seem like very supported by good
It's pretty
argument.
bad when he has to come out and make a video.
The strongest argument I've heard is it doesn't look like a 30 us. But I mean, I just don't know enough to.
Literally, Prime Minister Israel to come out and make a statement.
He did?
Yeah. Over the weekend.
You have a great day too, Lady Boo.
Hey, Maj.
Hey, Jay, I'll send you an email today.
Okay.
I started that process as you.
Perfect. That's pretty funny, Jeff. I saw a little bit of that, Michael.
Broadcasting live from the Aquabeto Studios. Aquabeto.com/Bubba. It's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
Lummy, I had such a great experience with Brian and Steve and all the dudes down at Les of Wesley Chapel, which is right down the road from you.
Yeah.
My Skag badass 72-inch Turf Tiger 2 needed some new pulleys on the deck and some warranty work done, and they got it done perfectly. 3 locations, one in Bradenton, one in Clearwater, and one off of State Road 54. It's L-E-S-S. Less. I'm assuming that's probably Brian, the owner's last name. I'm assuming. But they got all types of models, and their number one seller, of course, is Skag. And if you need like a chainsaw or a weed whacker or a blower or a zero turn or a Skag jackal or a Skag tree frog or a windstorm or a cedar, they got it.
They got everything.
Good people too, man.
Nice shop. The one I've been to in Wesley Chapel.
You've been there before?
Yes.
Yeah, I've been.
They got everything.
They do. Steve from Purple People Movers is the main dude. One of the main dudes.
Oh, nice.
Even though I think he blew out both of his biceps, he had to have double bicep surgery from being a mover all of his life. Jeez. Now he's slinging Skags. Listen, Skag may cost a little bit more, but you're gonna have no problems with it at all. They're so well made. Appreciate Randy and Maria and everybody and all they do for us here at my track and what have you. So thank you so much to Skag. And now my local dealer, Lummy, I went from Mike's Lawnmower in Ocala to now Les of Wesley Chapel. That's my Skag dealer. Hello, who's this?
Hey, this is Quackenbush again. I just wanted to answer the question that you've been asking.
Quackenbush,
I'm so sorry. I only get to listen.
Quackenbush, listen. Do you know there's so many other great people that are trying to get on the air? And yeah, you do. You need to hang up. Thanks. You can't. I mean, there's so many other good people that are ringing, and they're trying to get us to answer the phone. And Quackenbush is in here hogging it all up.
That's right.
What question have you been asking?
I don't even know. But
I think to explain how Charlie Kirk was shot, if not from Tyler Robinson.
Oh, see, we could have used that.
Well, I mean,
finally an answer, Bubba.
Well, I mean, I'm trying to get some other opinions out there.
Just send us smoke signals, Quackenbush.
Or you know what? Call us during the podcast.
Oh.
Right?
Yeah.
We'll take phone calls all day there. Hello.
This is Baldy?
Yes, Baldy. Go ahead.
Hey, yeah, so long-time listener, first-time caller. I really enjoy the new format. I like the new Bubba, so to speak. I used to listen to you on Sirius. And I do feel that there's probably a wider conspiracy here. Someone piggybacked off of this Trantifa character. You did mention, though, Alex Jones, and I'm surprised your guys' paths have never crossed. You have mutual friends like Roger Stone and Tucker Carlson.
I've been trying to get booked on Alex's show to promote the Video Killed the Radio Star video, and I just, for some reason, can't. He knows me. I know him. We got several friends in common from... Chris, from Alex Stein to Roger Stone. So I'm gonna reach out again, see if I can get on there.
Yeah, his producer knows of you, and
yeah, let me try to make that happen.
I will ask again, Daria.
I'm sorry.
So go ahead, sir.
Yeah, I have a little. Yeah, I have a little bit of stroke over there, so I'll try and call in and put in a good word for you because I'd really enjoy the conversation. So just to back it up a little bit, so when Martin Luther King was killed, his family actually sued the FBI civilly and won the case in the effect that they had some assistance in the murder of that, and then. Governor Whitmer, the alleged kidnapping plot, that was done with a bunch of people that the FBI had wound up, and this could just be another case of covering up methods and sources. He was involved with it with looks like Antifa, Trantifa, and of course, with a group that large, there's going to be FBI informants and probably actual FBI involved in that, just like with January 6th. Certainly more than meets the eye in this, I feel.
Other than just the single, what they've been...
They came out and said that he has no affiliation with any extreme leftist groups.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, who's they?
NBC reported it yesterday.
Oh, NBC! Oh my gosh, they're so credible.
Oh, okay. You're a lot more credible, I guess. Baldy.
Weapons of mass destruction in Iraq. Though that NBC, right?
Yeah. Dude, I don't have my tinfoil hat on. Doubting everything that I hear.
Let me give it to you. It's over here.
Well, you should. As Tucker Carlson said,
oh, God.
Almost every conspiracy theory has come true. And so, I mean, you could be a doubting Thomas. That's fine. You could live your life like that.
Yeah.
And you could be naive, or you could.
Or I could sit around and masquerade that I have a higher consciousness level like you than everybody else because you don't believe anything.
I believe many things. I believe that MLK, his family sued the FBI and won, and people are still running around saying that it was a lone shooter. You probably think Oswald acted alone, right, Seth?
Sir, who's in your life? Do you got a wife? You have kids? Like, what are you doing for fun?
Why are you attacking me personally?
Because you have nothing going on. Because this is because people that have nothing going on immerse themselves in stuff like this.
Buddy, look at you, okay? Go look in the mirror. Listen to me. Did Oswald act alone? That's all I want you to answer. Did Oswald act
I don't know
alone?
who Oswald is.
Lee Harvey for JFK.
Yeah. Yes, he did.
He did. Okay. Well, good. Well, now everyone sees where you're coming from, and they see your point of view. That's
He's
all.
such a bad person, too, now. I think less of you, Seth.
So if it wasn't Tyler Robinson, who was it, sir?
If it wasn't Tyler Robinson, who was it?
Yeah.
Probably similar to the attempted assassination of President Trump, where they're finding that there was a second shooter. That what they do is they send out a guy. It's called a patsy, and then there's a actual marksman that takes the shot, and then they blame it on the patsy. It's called piggybacking. It's called a piggyback.
Charlie Kirk wanted you to get married and have kids, sir. It's not too late. It's not too late.
I do. I have two kids. Sir. I have two kids.
All right, Boldy. Well, listen, we're not jiving very good right now. Appreciate your call. It's time for me to go poop. Jay's got a big-time mediation today. Seth probably has to go sit and maybe do a couple sets of chest before we start our uncensored podcast. We appreciate your call. Thank you for following the show, buddy.
You got it.
All right. Woo! Maybe this will continue on the uncensored Willie. Maybe it won't. We'll see you tomorrow.
Thanks for letting me finish. You've been listening to the Bubba the Love Sponge Show, starring
me, Bubba the Love Sponge,
co-host and show historian Lummit.
It's Seth, co-host and president of podcasting.
It's Brian Matroni, king of counter programming.
You're wiring up. It's Mini Macho.
The BRN agent, Thomas Buttoned Up B.
Co-host Dr. Dan Diaco, Esquire of Council.
Co-host J. Diaco, Esquire, the Spitting Cobra of Council.
Now, time for the legal disclaimer.
Exactly.
The Bubba the Love Sponge Show is intended solely for the enjoyment of our listening audience. Any rebroadcast, retransmission, or other use of this show without express written consent of the Bubba Radio Network is prohibited.
We must dissuade him of this delusion.
Until next time, always remember.
I repent.